led by the veteran, Mr. Julius Biankama. And we have a team from Uganda Pentecostal University, led by Mr. Eric Kapu, their veteran. We have the team from Makerere University, led by Mr. Mato Henry. We have the team from Uganda Christian University, led by Mr. Bulungu John. And we have the team from University of Science and Technology, led by Mutunjiza Edgar. We also have the team from Mountains of the Moon University, and we'll be joined by our brothers and sisters from Islamic University in Uganda who will present online. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. And briefly, to run you through our program, in the next few minutes we'll be welcoming our chief guest, the principal judge. We'll be joined by our chief guest, the principal judge, Honorable Dr. Justice Fabian Zeja. Together with our panelists for the day, we are graced with the presence of the Executive Director of Foundations for Human Rights Initiative, and the Vice Chancellor is equally going to be in attendance. You're very welcome. I hope all the teams are ready, and tentatively to take us through our agenda for the day. We shall start with our opening session, where we will have the President of the Human Rights Lab, BSU University, giving her speech. Then we shall have a speech from the Academic Registrar, Bishop Stuart University. Then it shall be followed by a speech from the Executive Director of Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. And then we shall have the Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stuart University, give her address. And then follow up to hear from the principal judge. Ladies and gentlemen, thereafter we shall have a photo op with our guests. And then we shall start off the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition. As you are aware, this competition has 15 universities, and the first universities that will present after the opening session, we will have on the topic entitled The Right to Self-Determination and the United Nations Mechanisms with or Reality, presented by Uganda Pentecostal University, formerly known as UPU, and Bulu University. Those will be the first teams to present. The first topic discussed will be the right to self-determination and the United Nations mechanisms for reality, a presentation by UPU and Gulu University. After each session, each of the teams shall receive a couple of questions from you, the participants. So the questions are open to everyone available and present here. So the questions need not necessarily come from the students from the same university. They can come from different participants that are present. And then after the question and answer session, so how it happens is after the university has presented, receive questions and answer same. After that, we shall have a second topic discussed for the day, and that shall be regular, free, fair, and inclusive elections in Uganda. Are we learning any lessons from the past? Ladies and gentlemen, the presenters for this, we have Uganda Merchants University and Kabale University. After their presentations, we shall receive questions going towards the presenters from those universities. After that point, we shall break off for lunch. And immediately after our lunch break, we shall go to the third topic, which is the doctrine of separation of powers. Is it a practical principle in Uganda today? And that shall be presented by Kampala International University and Cavendish University. Just like all the others, this is followed by a question and answer session. So that shall mark our program for the day. Once again, we welcome you and please feel at home. Thank you.
You ate breakfast. Good morning. Good morning. Are you well? Great. So when our guests come in, I'll kindly request you to stand up. Yeah, I will prompt you and then we shall quickly stand up. You're all very welcome. Nice to see you, Makerere University. All of you, nice to see familiar faces. My name is Sheila Mwanga. I work with the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. And I'll be co-emceeing with Mr. Kansini, the patron of the Human Rights Association here with Bishop Stuart. So you're very, very welcome. Our patrons, thank you so much for coming as well. So as soon as the guests come in, we shall alert, and then we shall all stand up. Thank you very much. We will do the national anthem, we'll do the East African anthem, and then we'll also do our prayer, and then we'll be ready to start. Thank you very much. If you are online already, participants online, you're also very, very much welcome indeed. IU, I meant to understand, is not able to be with us because they're doing exams. So they'll do their presentation only today in the afternoon. So we'll have a small change in there, but we'll alert you after lunch, okay? DJs, please ensure that we have both the national anthem and the East African anthem. are very, very welcome to the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition. Please join me in welcoming my Lord. The Vice Chancellor, please take your seat. The Executive Director, FHRI, please take your seat. We also have the Academic Registrar in the house. Please help me take us their seats. Thank you very much. Please join me once again in welcoming our chief guest, the Honorable Principal Judge of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Dr. Justice Flavian Saija. My Lord, you are very welcome. Students, please join me with a very warm welcome. My Lord, you are I would also like to recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stuart University, Professor Mauda Kamatenesi Mugisha. Our host will be welcome. Join me again. Professor, we are humbled. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to recognize the Executive Director, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. We also have in our midst our academic registrar. Our academic registrar, Professor Abdon Arubo Ruteka, you are here. Thank you very much. Thank you, AR, for the support you have given to us. I know that our chaplain is here, Reverend Ime Wesigwa. Thank you so much, Reverend. Our judges are also here. Mr. Charles Mabuya, thank you so much. He's here, we shall introduce him and the session. And we will stand up, my Lord, for our national anthem, the East African anthem. We will have a prayer and then we'll go into speeches. Thank you very much. And my name is Sheila Mwanga. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. I'll be your co-mistress of ceremony, and we also have our MC.
I am Gilbert Kansime, a lecturer at Bishop Stuart University and the patron of the Human Rights Club.
The national anthem, the Ugandan national anthem, and the East African anthem. If the DJ does not have them on his computer, we will attempt. DJ signal us. If you don't, then we can. Can we go ahead? Go ahead. Okay. We shall attempt the Ugandan national anthem. 1, 2, off we go. Oh, Uganda. Competition with a word of prayer.
Beloved God, let us pray together. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we are here to bless your holy you love us, for you are there for us. And every other single time when Jesus Christ will appear before you, you hearken to our prayers and you answer. Thank you for you have brought this function to success already, and you made it right from the beginning when it was started, and now that we are officially opening it, talking of glory. We pray that you come and be our ministers. You be with our chief guest. You be with all the guests of all. You minister through our judges and all the speakers that are going to come here and speak. We pray that your spirit will lead and your love will flourish here. We pray for good health, O God, and we pray for your own hand upon us. Speak to us and speak through our speakers. Encourage us and ignite the fire that is within us as young men and women, and give us the grace. And I pray that you will bless us above us, ministers to say this all around us, and give us your grace always to do what you desire us to do. And these competitions, oh God, will continue to go on. The Human Rights Initiative that is in here in Uganda, that is inspiring young men and women, will continue to be inspiring. It will cause us, all of us, to be inspired, to inspire others. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and trust.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend. Please acknowledge and thank Reverend Kim for that powerful prayer. My Lord, Vice Chancellor Dr. Sewanya, you can now take his seats. You can now take our seats.
Your Lordship, in our midst we have 13 universities, and we have Bishop Stuart University, the hosts. Please welcome our chief guest, the host, Bishop Stuart University. Thank you very much.
Please clap for each university.
We also have Cavendish University, led by their patron, Mr. Obal Samuel. We have Kabali University, led by Karazare Simon. We have the team from Gulu University. Yes, Gulu University, please. Thank you. We have the team from Uganda Matters University, led by Ms. Kachimuli Juliet, their patron. We have the team from University of St. Joseph, Bara, led by Mr. Julius Biamukama. We have the team from Uganda Pentecostal University, led by Mr. Eric Abu. In the same spirit, we have their brothers from Fort Portal City, Mountains of the Moon University. We have the team from Makerere University, led by Mr. Matoko Henry. We have the team from Uganda Christian University, led by Mr. Bulungu John. And last but not least, we have Bara University of Science and Technology, led by Mr. Mutungisa Edgar. Your Lordship, we also have two teams that are appearing through the Zoom link, that is Islamic University in Uganda and Chamboko University. So these are the teams that have appeared for the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kansime. My Lord, before you are the judges who will be assessing the presentation. And I would like to introduce them to you, my Lord. Mr. Charles Mwaguha Paji, seasoned journalist and human rights. My Lord, that is Judge Charles, and an activist. Charles, thank you again for coming for this event. My Lord, we also have Miss Natkunda Aliyo, Director, Legal Services, Uganda Prison Service. Miss Natkunda, indeed very welcome. My Lord, we are also expecting, and she's on her way, Honorable Jacqueline Atuhaire. She's one of the commissioners at the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and she will be part of the judges panel. but we shall welcome her in absentia. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Justice. My Lord, I would now like to also recognize the media fraternity here. We have some media people, some of them are in front here. We have our public relations team at the university here who is leading the visibility of this event. Of course, my Lord, we also have the preparatory team, both here at Bishop Stuart. The preparatory team at Bishop Stuart, Dr. Asher, please stand up so that the chief guest can see you. Everything I know is AR, thank you very much. We have a team, my Lord, from the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, they are also here. FHRI team, please stand up for recognition as well. Thank you very much for pushing this. Thank you very, very much. My Lord, that is who we are. Without much ado, my Lord, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sewanyana, I would like to invite the President of the University Human Rights Club at Bishop Stuart University. Madame Lynette Chapire, please come and welcome our guests, both our chief guests, our guests, but also students. Please join me in a hearty to welcome Lynette. That is Lynette. She's the president.
The Principal Judge, High Court of Uganda, Honorable Dr. Justice Flavian Zija, the Executive Director, Foundation of Human Rights Initiative, European Union representatives, the World Coalition Against the Death Penalty representatives, the Chairperson and members of the University Council present, the members of the management present, Bishop Stuart University staff, deans and patrons from all invited universities, the Bishop Stuart University Students Guild Council, Bishop Stuart students and those students from other universities, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. My name is Champi Lynette, a student at BSU, and also holding the capacity of the President of the Human Rights Club. It is a great privilege and an honor to stand before you on such a date. The greatest moments in life are the moments of opportunity. Nothing beats opportunity. I'm humbled to give thanks to the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative and all other people under the umbrella for the opportunity granted to the generation. And we are the generation. Human rights, as clear as it is the heart of living in the modern era. We are all blessed to talk to something that isn't alien or foreign to us. We have been lied to into deceptions that are now lifestyle. But however, as a generation, we take the responsibility to put right whatever was so crippled. This day is and shall always be indelibly marked as pivotal to the improvement of human rights. It is generational impacting and foundational reinforcing. Meeting here with young and old inspirational youth is quite humbling. This ceremony itself is the venue at which a new breed of citizens is being mentored, and we are grateful. This event is far above a mere competition, but a voice to influence a generation and so as the nation. You and I are matriarchs and patriarchs of this generation, and our responsibility towards the struggle to uphold human rights is greater than any other generation has ever held. Our efforts are tantamount and saving lives and the lacuna's destruction of the very lives we are supposed to build, grow, and sell. To all the attendees and the competitors, we do not take you for granted since you are the pillars to the restoration of humanity through your endless campaigns, drawing multitudes to the knowledge of the proper human rights. We are persuaded that Bishop Stuart University Human Rights Club is firmly rooted in the right principles, and as such, we are looking forward to various projects that include visiting prisons, essay writing competitions, outreaches to the community, inviting experts to school to talk about the human rights, and taking part in volunteering initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing this alone. There is a human rights cabinet, which comprises of the president, myself, they can stand up for recognition, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the general secretary, his deputy, the publicity secretary, chief mobilizer, the treasurer, and representatives from the different faculties. We're looking forward to this 13th inter-university competition, and this is Bishop Stuart University Barra, your loved Phil at Bishop Stuart. Empathy and kindness are the true signs of emotional intelligence. I thank you.
Thank you, Lynette, for the address. Your Lordship, in our midst we have our final candidates for the day, Honorable Jacqueline Katuhayo Wabukurukuru, a commissioner with Uganda Human Rights Commission. You're very welcome. In the same spirit, we'll continue with our agenda, and we now move on to the speech of our beloved academic registrar, who has worked tirelessly to ensure that everything is comfortable for all of us present. I'll now invite Mr. Abdon Ortega to give his communication. Thank you.
Chief guest, Honorable Dr. Justice Reverend, the Principal Judge of the High Court of Uganda, the Executive Director, Foundation of Human Rights Initiative, our Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stuart University, the panelists present, Vice Chancellors and their representatives from various universities, the President, University Human Rights Clubs of various universities, and Bishop Stuart, delegates for the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, allow me greet everyone that has come in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Bishop Stuart, in association with Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, is today pleased to host this 13th University Human Rights Competition, that runs today and will be closed tomorrow. On behalf of Bishop Stuart University and the organizing team led by our very own Reverend Imam Mwesike, the university campaign, I welcome you to our university, for this noble event under the theme, Building Back Data, Realizing Human Rights in the Post-COVID Era. This event consists of a debate that seeks to stimulate students' understanding of the contemporary human rights concerns in Uganda, but also in Africa as a whole. At the end of this event, I guess, we shall have be pleased to know the winners who will be recognized from among the 15 universities that we have had, 13 physically here, 2 online, that all are participating. Our Vice Chancellor has more of this. She will explain more in her speech. Our chief guest, the academic programs taught at BSU. At BSU we have 5 faculties. We have the faculty of Business, Economics, and Governance. We have the faculty of Agriculture, Environmental Science and Technology. We have the faculty of Law. We have the faculty of Education, Media Studies, and then the faculty of Nursing and Health Sciences. In these faculties, our chief guest, Bachelor of Laws, Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration, and the Bachelor of Human Rights and Ethics are those key academic programs that teach human rights in depth. I wish to report to you, sir, that in the recent concluded 17th graduation ceremony at Bishop Stuart University, we have our own, and this graduate, we invited her as a guest. She's called Francine Duffy. She scored a first-class degree with CGPA of 4.55, the bachelor's degree in human rights basics. Roundly, as far as our chief guest was it easy, we know, to be recognized, but also for the foundation to have selected us. It is not by mere aspect of writing a report and submitting, but one thank God who used the judges at the foundation and selected Bishop Stuart University to host this event. I wish everyone a fruitful event. God bless.
Thank you very much, our academic dean. No, that's not happening. That's not fit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the academic registrar. Thank you so much for the support you have also accorded the preparatory team here at the university, but also at the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. I would now like my Lord to invite none other than the Executive Director of the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. But my Lord, as you know, he's also the UN independent expert on the promotion of a democratic and equitable international order, none other than Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sewanyana. After your speech, you will welcome and invite the Vice Chancellor to make her remarks, and the Vice Chancellor will then invite our distinguished chief guest. Thank you very much, Dr.
Our chief guest, my Lord the Principal Judge, Honorable Dr. Zaija, you are most welcome. Please join me in welcoming her. I can't take it for granted. His presence cannot be taken for granted. It's a demonstration of passion, conviction, and definitely interest. Subject. So another round of applause. The Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stuart University, Professor Maud Kamatenesi Isha, who is our host. Let's also applaud the Vice Chancellor. The Academic Registrar, Bishop Stuart University. Please applaud you. We have here a distinguished team of panelists who are going to assess your presentation and make a verdict. Let me recognize them. Most welcome. We can't take your presence for granted. You are being introduced, but we know you are sacrificing time. That is a show of commitment and interest in this particular course. Thank you so much for coming. The participating universities, without you, can't have this event. Another applause for yourselves. The team, and of course, the team of Bishop Stuart University. My Lord, we are really delighted to have you. When we first met you and invited you to consider blessing this function, we didn't know that you would make it. But subsequently, you have made it, and we are really grateful. My Lord, this is the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition. There have been competitions before, and they have been hosted by various universities. Let me just mention a few of them. The most recent was Guru University. Before that, Mountains of Nakon. We had St. Lawrence, Kampala International University, Usitema, Leida University. They have been part and parcel of this journey, and many others, including Kozi University. They have embraced the ideal. They have embraced the cause. There is definitely something to gain out of this. This particular competition is being held under the theme, as you have heard, building back better, realizing human rights in the post-COVID era. There is an understanding, therefore, that the COVID era has had its own challenges, and more particularly from the question of rights. Now we want to ask ourselves, how do we restore the values we stand for? How do we ensure that our livelihoods are not adversely affected? That's the whole idea. But inter-university human rights competitions in themselves are being convened by the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative in partnership with various universities with particular objectives. And let me highlight the 3 salient objectives for this particular activity. 1, my Lord, is to promote public understanding and academic research of contemporary human rights concerns among the youth, more especially tertiary institutions. These include, but not limited to, the right to a healthy environment. As we recall, the UN Human Rights Council had just recently adopted the right to a healthy environment as a human right. The right to personal liberty, more importantly, the right to bail, which remains controversial. The right to life, including the campaign against the death penalty, electoral democracy, and gender parity. And there are quite a number of other rights that we seek to interrogate these discussions. The second objective, my Lord, is to foster cooperation between and among the thinning social and geographical divides. When a student, my Lord, comes from Guru and meets a student at Bishop Stuart University, like they are going to be during these 2 or so days, they have an opportunity to interface. They build bridges, and it's also possible that they overcome stereotypes. So the essence of overcoming those bridges and, of course, stereotypes is the reason why we convene this, because we feel that we suffer from this divide. And increasingly by networking, through exchange, coming together annually, we can overcome some of these divides, particularly among youth. The third reason why we convene this forum is to promote civic values. For example, healthy competition. Many people think that competition should be unhealthy, should be adversarial. That's not the case. So when these students make their presentations, they have done their research, they make their presentations, the verdict is made, they learn to accept, because all of them come with the hope that they win. That's the idea. But at the end of the day, there will be a winner, there will be a first runner-up, second runner-up, and then others will also be appreciated. So they learn the whole essence of health competition. Peaceful coexistence. This is a region afflicted by conflict. We need to coexist. We need to learn that we need to live together. These values need to be instilled and inculcated at the early stage. Transparency. All these definitely come involved. I know those are the 3 major salient objectives for which convene this forum. But this would not have been possible without the support, first of all, of the universities. We have nurtured partnerships with universities, and today there is clear evidence of that. We have partnerships with all these universities. The view of ensuring that the values, struggles we are fighting are not necessarily restricted to the outer world, but also the academia. And my Lord, I know one thing. You come from the academia, and therefore you are at home while you are here. My Lord, this would not have been possible without the financing of the European Union in Brussels, the World Coalition Against the Death Penalty in Paris, and the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, which is also commanding these activities. My Lord, without much ado, I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stuart University, to come here, address us, and invite you to do three things. Number one, share your thoughts on this matter. Number two, to declare that the university human rights competition open. But there is also something interesting. As we host these events, we felt it appropriate to introduce the Human Rights Award for the best student in human rights and any related field, wherever these events are held. So far, we have Human Rights Awards being given now for the fourth time in Nkosi University. That was launched by the Chief Justice then. Last year, we have an award that was launched for Gulu University. And we are proud to say we would like you to launch a Human Rights Award for Bishop Stuart University. I now have the singular honor to invite the Vice Chancellor to address us, and I'm also grateful my colleagues from the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative who are here, led by Sheila Wanga, the Deputy Executive Director, and the whole team behind this event. I thank you. Together we can make a difference.
Praise God. Praise God. God is good. And all the time, the Lord is good, and that is nature. Wow, it deserves a very big hand clap. Yes. Where is he? And thank you for honoring God. This is a Christian university, Bishop Stuart University. Our guest of honor, Principal Judge of the High Court of Uganda, Honorable Dr. Justice Gavian Seija. Our friend, part of BSU, please welcome with a very big hand clap. You have not taken you for granted. You really mean a lot for BSU. And for my region as well, you are honored by your presence. The Executive Director, Foundation of Human Rights Initiative, thank you very much. It deserves also a very big hand clap. This is welcoming people, so therefore when I say clap, I really mean it because this is what it means. We have, it's also, I think you are here in two capacities. The European Union representative, you are also representing there, isn't it? Yes. United Nations, he's representing United Nations staff for you. That is how, those of you in BSU, you know how we show our respect to people by clapping for them and by also clapping for God, which you have already done. Then, we also appreciate representatives from World Coalition Against Death Penalty representatives, if they are here. I would like so to request that we clap for members of management of Bishop Stuart University. I'm not going to mention all of them. Here is here, Chaplain is here, and others and staff. Yes. But before all this, I want to really appreciate our key people, the panelists. You deserve to be welcome. Yes, with a very big hand clap. And this is my honorable Jacqueline.
program once again. Clap for her once again. She's our honorable MP, former MP of the Shema district. So we cannot fail to recognize that. I would like also to recognize and to request that we clap for ourselves, all the panelists, all the members who have come from the different universities in your various capacities, and all the protocols observed. Please clap for yourselves. And once again, you are all welcome to Stuart University once again, and I want to use praise the leading word. I will take this honor once again to say Bishop Stuart University is really honored and humbled by welcoming all of you to this 13th in the University Human Rights Competition. And most especially, welcoming our chief guest. As a university, we always start on our core values. And this year, our theme of 2022 has been our core value number 3, which is pursuit of knowledge and ingenuity. And it is hinged on the scripture from 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 6 to 9. In quotes but abbreviated. Whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly. And whoever sows generously will also reap generously. Having all that you have, all that you need, you will abound in every good work. So this theme calls upon all of us to go and sow generously, and therefore we shall be able to live generously. It's a biblical principle, but it's also a core value as a university. And we cherish this because we have seen a lot in our core values. Our principal judge, my Lord, we are honored once again for hosting you on this forum, for hosting the 14 universities for this year's competition. Although you mentioned 30, but there are 14 according to the list. And this 13th in the University Human Rights Competition at BSU rhymes with our celebration of 20 years of existence. Yes, we think this is the for 20 years of existence. Yes. Actually, we are in the series of celebrating our 20 years of existence, and very soon we are going to invite you. We are having what we call Bishop Stuart University Week, which is normally held by the chaplain, and our guest speaker will be the Right Reverend Professor Orwa. He's the bishop, but he was also former staff at UCU. He's going to be the chief missioner. But besides that, we also do want to have exhibition, we exhibit what BSU stands for, what we do our various celebrations. So you are all invited. And public relations team, please will help me to distribute the invitations that will come back and exhibit. When we talk about exhibitions, we invite other universities and institutions to exhibit with us. And then afterwards, we are going to have what we call Ecumenical Conference. It is Ecumenical International Conference. It is on the 2nd and 3rd, actually 1st and 2nd of September 2022. This one is the host is none other than our very own, the Chancellor, Right Reverend Dr. Fred Shedon Mesigwa. So we are also going to invite to the Ecumenical Conference. You've heard, it brings people of all the regions. They come and present. He has been hosting. And yes, we are honored to be actually the key hosts together with our bishop. But this one brings people from Hindu origin. We have Germans, we have people from the acupuncture. Last year we had people, actually before COVID, we had people from India, now with Ayurvedic medicine. So there are so many things that take place for which are part and parcel of the human rights initiatives that we are preparing. Now, as we look at our themes, building back better and realizing human rights in the post-COVID era, it is very challenging. And I want to challenge you, young people. I have just come from a conference in Ghana. It was about University Collaborative. It was about values and ethics. And particularly, challenging the mentorship of students in the universities and employability, coupled with entrepreneurship. And one of the key things that came up that we were discussing was the issue of values. What we are discussing, or what we are going to discuss today, the competition all about human rights, it is embedded and enshrined in our cultures, enshrined in our core values, and in our values as human beings. If we can uphold them, I can assure you, we will not go wrong. We shall have a better future of you. And therefore, it's our plea that we let you know that issues of integrity, issues of moral values, respect for one another, respecting the environment where we live, and the health issues you are seeing today, it is you and me. And the challenge was, don't wait for any other. It is you and me who must change and who must do what it takes. We had one of the key speakers was our Vice Chancellor of Stuart University, one of the renowned universities in the continent and actually beyond. And we had the host was Asheshi University, one of the international universities that champions values, that are against corruption and anything that is going to cripple our values, and in the long run, our human rights. So I challenge all of you as to discuss, go and transform nations and institutions to the glory of God. I want to conclude. The other things there I have talked about them. We are honored by your presence. Universities that have come here, we cannot take you for granted, and your Vice Chancellors, representatives, deans, please go and extend our appreciation to them. And also, to our panelists, we want to say thank you so much. Keep coming to this, we invite you. And even for other things. If it was not for COVID, we really apologize. We would have actually hosted you in the faculty of law. Because we have a very big hall, but only we are supposed to have paid it, and we couldn't take it in place that is not wanted. But I believe before you go, make sure you visit faculty of law, which is ranked as one of the best faculties of law in this town. We are just trying to go there and say you have the best faculty of law, and you need to go there and see. We have also another campus, faculty of nursing and health sciences. It is at the diocese, that is the Harrow campus. With a very new building, state of the art, where we train our nurses and public health specialists. Please also go and visit. We have faculty of education down there. You need to go and explore it. We also have a state of the art building that is coming up for sciences. Actually, it is government funded. Just as you go this way, you will say it's now 2 floors, but we are resuming. Actually, we are signing a contract tomorrow, if not today, by late afternoon, on resuming works, and we start also having sciences in this university. And actually, we have them, but to grow them, especially degrees, and maybe other research-related areas like biotechnology. And we have seen our area where it is. We are also resuming. If it was not for COVID, I'm sure we would have found PSU differently. I want to thank you so much. May God bless you. And I wish you nice conditions. I wish you feel at PSU. And Whatever you need, you are available. Our staff are around, and we shall welcome you once again. May God bless you. I take this honor to invite our chief guest to come and address us.
Then human rights
have been observed. I was taken to a prison. It's called Toronto County Prison. In Iowa, again, by a lady who was the dean of the faculty of Drake University, who was from the Chinese descent. So when we entered the prison, she asked me, "What have you observed?" I noticed that those who were in prison were either blacks or Hispanics. Hispanics, these are people from, Mexico, those areas. So then she asked me, "Do you know why?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I'm not an American. You can enlighten me on what is happening." Then she told me that, "You see, we have laws here. They are applied universally, but applied differently depending on your race. So when a policeman is standing by the roadside and he sees vehicles overspeeding, when he stops that of the black person, he will make sure you go to prison. When he stops that of a white man, he will give you a ticket and let you go. So at the end of the day, you will have more blacks, more Hispanics in prison than the rest. But remember, the law is being universally applied. Right? You are applying it universally, everyone, because whoever is overspeeding is subjected to the law. But how have you applied it at the end of the day? Differently. So, human rights, the problem of human rights is universal. Recently, when you just observe what happened in the war in Ukraine. Sometimes, when they will have elections here, sometimes you find the media is media blackout. But what happened in this war in Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine? The first victim was media. All the channels that are Russian were banned in European media. Now, so there is freedom of information, but again, it doesn't matter whether the information was going to be negative or positive. But that was the case. That's one. But what else happened? What we call the universal punishment. You impose sanctions, it doesn't matter who is suffering, including those who oppose what the government is doing. They also suffer with the rest. What we call the concept of universal punishment. So, including those who are anti-government in Russia, they are also victims of sanctions. And that's the world we live in. The environment. Europe and America are the biggest destroyers of environment. You've had the executive director talk of the right to a healthy environment. We consume the problems they create in terms of environmental degradation. So these are universal concepts. They do not apply only in Africa, they also apply in Europe, they apply in America. Then, the judiciary is at the cornerstone of human rights protection in every democratic country. All of us should remember that given the fundamental rights to a fair trial embedded in our constitution, every hearing of a legal case has human rights aspects, and consequently, there is no justice without human rights reference, respect, and compliance. Now, you see, for us, when you come to court, every trial is a human rights aspect. We start with the right to fair trial, because that's where human rights begins in our courts. Then the fair trial, but also speedy trial. And I can tell you we are not doing well on those aspects. The problems are not necessarily big hours, but we are not doing well. Speedy trial, fair trial. We are not doing well. So, the moment someone appears before you in another matter, we are talking about the right to property. That's what we are talking about. All those are human rights enshrined in chapter 4. Article 20 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 demands that the rights and freedoms of the individual and groups enshrined in chapter 4 of the same constitution shall be respected, upheld, promoted, and all organs and agencies of government and by all persons. Therefore, each one of us has a constitutional responsibility to observe and protect human rights, regardless of whether we are private citizens or officers of government or non-governmental organizations. In case of the judiciary, Act 128 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda guarantees independence of the judiciary by protecting the courts from any control or direction by any person or authority in the court's exercise of judicial power. And Act 161 of the Constitution provides that judicial power is derived from the people and shall be exercised by the courts in the name of the people and in conformity with the laws, values, norms, and aspirations of the people. Therefore, through the exercise of the judicial power, which is a preserve of the courts, judiciary is an organ of government and its judicial officers have a constitutional duty to observe and uphold all human rights, ensuring the Constitution and international instruments which are by law applicable in Uganda. I'm not going to go into these instruments. I'm sure you studied them in class. It would be flogging a dead horse. I know you studied all these instruments and how they apply. I'm not going to go into them. As some of you may be aware, history has provided us with many examples of the ultimate protection guaranteed through the exercise of judicial power towards promoting human rights. First, let me start by pointing out one of the most internationally recognized examples. Let us all recall the fundamental role played by the Supreme Court of the United States of America in ending racial segregation in the USA. In 1954, in the case of an individual, Mr. Brown versus the National Board of Education, the United States Supreme Court stated that the separation of educational facilities on a racial basis was inherently unequal with regard to the equal protection clauses of the United States Constitution. With this decision, the court had ruled against segregation and outlawed an established government policy. This decision paved the way for the comprehensive suppression of racial segregation in the USA and the dramatic expansion of civil liberties that followed. Never mind that they have actually not yet achieved this fully. There are still very, very many challenges facing the equality aspects of the United States. But you see, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that courts are very fundamental in protection of human rights. They can, for example, this case, the Supreme Court opened up the current paradigm of how the people in the United States relate. Now, remember, as I mentioned earlier, that in human rights, there is always that concept of just laws. For example, there was the law of segregation, and it was okay. So as long as you are applying that law, you are applying the law. But is it a just law? Those are things you need to interrogate. The second example I picked from Uganda is from Uganda. It also demonstrates how courts can protect human rights through the exercise of judicial power. I've chosen some of these examples because of their relevance. You all remember the late Ben Chwanuka. We celebrate the Ben Chwanuka Memorial Day every year as a court of judicature. And you remember that he was killed by Amin because of trying to uphold just one simple fundamental human right. And Amin was displeased and he killed him. But leave alone that, we have had cases where courts have come out to pronounce themselves and promoted certain aspects of human rights. Some of them, by the way, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative has filed some of them. I'm sure in your academia pursuit, you have come to some of these decisions. You remember some of the decisions. I heard there is someone from the right to something against death penalty. What did you say? What? Yeah, coalition against the death penalty. You remember the case of Chigura? Yeah, so sometimes courts have come up to not pronounce themselves on certain aspects of human rights. You remember the aspects of discrimination against women in succession. All those cases, and the Foundation for Human Rights has participated in those. So courts are very significant in the protection of human rights. I believe the examples above teach us three very important lessons. First of all, there is no real justice without the effective independence of the institution that delivers it. Secondly, governments are representatives of the sovereign people and consequently have to abide by the set rules. Thirdly, the judiciary is a counterweight to the executive power and legislative power, and its expertise in the interpretation of norms makes it the cornerstone in enforcing accountability for the rule of law and respect for human rights in any given democracy. Dear participants, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a great factor in uncovering the unendurable cost of neglecting human rights at national and international levels. Injustice, discrimination, and widespread inequalities reached their peak, but it was also a moment to retrospect and transform. For the first time, countries that have for decades been known for disregarding human rights amplified their voices the need for fairness and equality in accessing vaccines. Statements such as, "No one is safe until we are all safe," we are in this together, etc., became a daily rhetoric in the media, both nationally and internationally. The neglect of healthcare systems around the world reawakened governments to the fundamental human right to access effective healthcare. The indiscriminately destructive character of the virus illuminated the infallible human rights principle that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and an effective healthcare system affects all regardless of the political, social, and economic status. Now, I think the COVID-19 pandemic taught us one aspect, that if you think you are okay and you neglect the welfare of your neighbor in terms of health, you're actually not safe. Because just someone coughing here and this entire room gets sick. So it didn't matter whether you're rich or poor, or whether you are from the developed world, or whether you are from the, in fact, it showed us that if the developed world does not deal with the problems of the third world in terms of healthcare, we are all at risk equally. Perhaps that's the only lesson we learned from the pandemic. And as Martin Luther King said, he said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I hope that lessons learned from the devastating COVID-19 pandemic will prepare us to innovate and refocus towards approaches that correct dysfunctional systems, cultures, and norms that are inhuman. There is a great body of human rights treaties, laws, and recommendations that offer a practical and focused direction in shaping effective policies. Let this be your reference for influencing positive policy reforms in our governments and institutions. I'm of course equally mindful of the challenges that impede the full realization of human rights. Inadequate state resources has always been highlighted as a major factor, and I think this is where we have failed to deliver as courts of law because of low numbers. For example, someone comes to court because you are few judges. There is much you can do. For example, in our land division, we have more than 10,000 cases, and they are distributed to 7 judges. Now, if you assuming each judge was disposing of a case per day without going on leave and working every weekend, it means that a judge can dispose of 360 cases in a year. And remember, as the judge is disposing of the cases, others are being registered. So even if there is divine intervention, there is no way we can deliver justice timely because of the numbers. And that is why you find People can even take 20 years in court just litigating over a land matter, something which should be concluded within a month or two, and people know who is the rightful owner of the piece of land or not. And that is as a result of low resources, of course, which inadequate resources, meaning that we cannot have enough judges as we would want them. Well, maybe that's a simple example, but when it comes now to criminal cases, where people who have been on remand for quite some time, you find someone has been on remand for a period of 5 years because we don't have enough money for criminal sessions. And that person, if that person is tried and found to be innocent, definitely the person will have served the sentence for an offense the person did not commit. So these are challenges, the human rights challenges we face. Other challenges relate to unfavorable cultures and traditions. Of course, these ones I don't want to overemphasize them. You know that our culture is tilted towards certain aspects which sometimes violate human rights, and sometimes we treasure them. This notwithstanding, let us draw lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and be reminded that we are interconnected and interdependent as human beings. And this should be reason enough to uphold justice, dignity, human rights, and freedoms for all persons. I thank all the participants for your dedication to the promotion of human rights and freedoms through sensitization, outreaches, and debates on contemporary human rights concerns. The time and effort you invest in doing vigorous research and presentations is a declaration of your devotion to transformative change. Such debates often greatly influence discussions of national and international importance, promoting social change in many ways. You see, your being here is so significant because as you debate these contemporary issues, it makes you alive to the realization of some of these human rights. And maybe some of you, tomorrow you may join Sewanyana in fighting for human rights, both in the country and globally. So don't take this as just an exercise. Take it seriously. The reason why resources are dedicated towards this is because they think there is a lot to achieve. I thank you, the judges who have come to arbitrate over this competition. I'm using that word in quotes. There is no fighting. I'm putting it in quotes. So I invite you to be fair and to look at these students with all the fairness they deserve in their competition. And if you lose, if you become the last, you see, I play golf. For us, when you are a new person and you lose, you become the last to give you a trophy. The reason why we give you a trophy is that we are thanking you for your participation and for allowing and you see, when you are the last, you help the first one to realize that he's the first. I don't know whether you understand that. In order for you to appreciate you are rich, there must be someone who is poor. That's the variance I'm talking about. So when you are the last, go with your head high. You know that you have also helped those who are the first. But it's also a learning point. You know that, okay, where did we falter? And yet the others performed better. Okay, so thank you for being an inspiring generation. Of course, I remember when I was in academia, I was trying to do some study on generations. And there was a professor in Harvard who had written about the generations in USA. And the current generation had called it Generation X. No, he called it Generation Me. because we had gone beyond the generation X. So he had studied the generation me. So we're trying to see his study and trying to replicate his results in Uganda. But I think in the interest of time, let me not go into my findings. But you are an inspiring generation. So keep it up, uphold human rights. With these few remarks, I take the honor to declare this session open. May the best team win for God and my country.
Thank you very much, my Lord. How very warm. Let's stand up and really give us thanks. Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you so much, even for those kind words, my Lord. The team that might come last. Thank you for the courage and inspiring words as well. My Lord, in a very special and humble way, I would like to invite you down here again, together with our guests, the Vice Chancellor and Dr. Sewanyana, would like to launch the Human Rights Award in the Bishop Stuart University in Mbarara. Please welcome our guests as they come down the stairs. My Lord, the action of signing onto the glass together with Dr. Sewanyana, and together you will then hand over this award to the Vice Chancellor. So my Lord is signing, please acknowledge his signature. Thank you very much, my Lord. Dr. Sewanyana, please sign as well. So we have two signatures there, the Honorable Principal Judge and Dr. Sewanyana. Dr. Sewanyana and our Chief Guest will now hand over this award to Bishop Stuart University in Mbarara to the Vice Chancellor, who is joined by the AR, the Academic Registrar, Reverend Chaplain. If you're here, please join. The President Human Rights Club, are you there? Please join as we hand over. Our media is taking position. Yes, can we acknowledge the very thunderous hand clap? DJ, you're letting me down. DJ, you put us down. Thank you very much, my Lord, that you guess this is a memorable day. Thank you very much. Next year we'll be happy to be able to take the award. Thank you very much. In the meantime, you can take it there, right here.
So, given the COVID-19 restrictions, we'll start with a photograph between our guests and our panelists for today. That is the first photograph. Right, thank you. Then it shall be followed by the picture of the BSU Human Rights Club. So we shall do each university at a time, and please try to follow through. Bishop Stuart University Human Rights Club. You stand at the back, please. You just go up the stairs. The Human Rights Club of Bishop Stuart. As Makerere University gets ready for its picture.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Your time is up. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Very quick.
Shall be followed by Uganda Pentecostal
better one still. Great. Thank you very much. Beautiful smiles.
Then we shall be followed by Cavendish University.
Pentecostal, please come up as Cavendish gets ready. Pentecostal all the way from
the tourism city.
Smile like a tourist. There. My Lord, that's Pentecostal. Thank you very much. Cavendish, led by their patron,
Mr. Samuel and the team. As Busitema University gets ready.
That's Cavendish, my Lord. Their patron has led the delegation. 3-man delegation. That's Cavendish. Thank you very much, Cavendish.
VC, we are sorry, indeed there are 14 universities. We had not introduced Busitema University. We apologize. That's the team from Busitema University. As Mountains of the Moon gets ready.
That's Busitema. Please run a smile. Thank you very much for coming. Great. Mountains of the Moon, thank you so much. Mountains of the Moon, take position.
St. Joseph Bar, University of St. Joseph Bar, next.
Smile. Great.
University of St. Joseph Bar.
St. Joseph Bar.
As KIU gets ready, Kampala International University.
That's St. Joseph. That's a delegation. Thank you for coming. Smile zone. Great. Thank you so much.
Yes, Kampala International University.
KIU, take position very quickly. Much quickly.
Kampala University, please, you're next. This is KIU.
KIU, smile, great. Thank you, KIU. Kabale, please take position very quickly.
And we shall have Mbarara University of Science and Technology, our brothers and sisters from just across town, led by Eka. Yes, that's the team from our University of Science and Technology. Finally, to our guests, the final team is Uganda Christian University. Uganda Christian University. We have one final team to come, which shall be Uganda Matters University. That's the team from UCU. UCU. This is the team from Uganda Christian University.
You smile.
As the team from Uganda Matters University comes. And in absentia, but indeed honoring them, we are joined by the team from Islamic University in Uganda, IUIU, which is online. This is the team from Uganda Matters University.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My Lord, one last thing. I would like to invite Dr. Sewanyana to hand over this T-shirt to our chief guest to say thank you very, very much. Please join me in acknowledging our chief guest with that little gift. But means a lot, I'm sure you will put on playing golf because it's a golf T-shirt, my Lord. My Lord will also ask Dr. Sewanyana to hand that over to the Vice Chancellor as well. Thank you very much, Professor, for your very warm welcome. And we have one more T-shirt, my Lord, in a rare occasion, to your personal assistant, His Worship Julius. Julius has been tremendously helpful. Julius, that T-shirt should be here and given to you by your boss and Dr. Sewanyana. Julius, thank you so much. Don't take it for granted. That is His Worship Julius. My Lord, we forgot Gulu University to take the picture. Gulu, sorry. Last but definitely not least, Gulu University, our previous host. Please welcome Gulu University. Where are you? Come and take that picture. Gulu hosted us last year, my Lord, in an occasion such as this. Gulu University, gentlemen, walk like Gulu University. That is Gulu University, my Lord. Gulu University, apologies, but special at our hearts. My Lord, I've been reminded that the organizing committee cannot go without a T-shirt for you. Can we have one for the organizing committee and we'll give to all of them, but let's have a symbolic one. The organizing committee in future. All right, thank you very much. As Harry, please come. Harry, please come, my Lord, as you stand there. I'm sorry I'm making you stand, my Lord, as the guests. Harry from the Makerere University is going to give us a vote of thanks to our chief guest and also the Vice Chancellor and our host. My Lord, that is the organizing committee. That's a patron of the BSU Human Rights Club. Mr. Hansine, thank you very much. Harrison will be the last.
My Lord, the Honorable Principal Judge, the Vice Chancellor, the Executive Director of HRI, our judges, and all participants, good afternoon. My name is Harry Mosiwa from Makerere University. My Lord, as you postulated here in your presentation, human rights are indeed the bedrock of what we stand for as humanity. And they are what gives us dignity, and they are what really makes us human at the end of the day. And that is why the defense of human rights is so important, pivotal, and central to each and every single person who professes to be a human being. So, my Lord, the theme of this 13th competition is very instructive. We had a ruling previously, before and even during the COVID-19 pandemic. You hit on the need that indeed the COVID-19 pandemic came into a situation where we saw that there was a gross decline indeed in the respect of human rights and also personal liberties. But this year's theme presents an opportunity, and that is the opportunity to build back better. I remember building back better from President Joe Biden's campaign as a slogan that he used to go into the White House. But those words really have great meaning because they present hope, they present a certain posterity that we can work for. And indeed, including youths who currently may form 16% of the world population, but entirely form 100% of the future, is instructive because these are the youths who tomorrow will be in the places that we are in today, and who will also be the champions and the people at the vanguard of safeguarding human rights. And therefore, we thank you because this is a great opportunity for us all as youths to be able to raise the banner, to raise the flag, and uphold human rights, stand for human rights in every single core area of our lives. The judiciary, as my Lord stated, has been instrumental, has been a watchdog, has been a safeguard for human rights in Uganda. But as the judiciary is administering justice according to the aspirations of the people, we too must be champions for human rights in our places, in our workplaces. Consider workers' rights. In your environment, consider environmental rights. And every single thing that affects the human being. Because we are being faced with contemporary problems, but it starts with us. Because when you say that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere and touches all of us, at the end of the day, it starts with you, the individual. So let us not look at this as a simple competition, but as a wake-up call to be able to stand up and uphold human rights within our societies and environments. Therefore, I thank you so much, my Lord. I thank you so much, the Vice Chancellor, and also HRI, the organizing committee, and all the participants who have been able to come together in order to make this event a success with all the importance that it has. Let us give each and every single stakeholder a big round of applause. And importantly, let us give our Lord, the Honorable Principal Judge, a standing ovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Harrison. We have come to the close again of our opening ceremony. My Lord, you can take at leisure. Tea is being served. Thank you very much, my Lord. Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. I can see you greeting Honorable Jacqueline. Of course, Charles coming right there. Thank you very, very much indeed. Dr. Sewanyana, Vice Chancellor, will see my Lord out as he gets on to his next assignment. His documents are up there. Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor will see the guest out with Dr. Sewanyana. Thank you very much. Tea is served. I'll hand over to Mr. Kansini and to our judges as well for being here. Thank you all for braving the opening ceremony. Let's refresh and then start the competition. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you so much. As our guests leave, we shall have a small break to take some tea, and our ushers are going to move you table by table. So we'll start with our judges so that they are ready for action. Let's start with the next few minutes. So I'll call upon our President of Society, Elvis, to take the judges out for. Alright, as you've seen in our program for the day,
we have not met, but
the teams that are starting, that is Uganda Medical University and Kulu, please follow through and first have your breakfast so that you come back and be in position to prepare for the debate. Thank you. For now, we shall enjoy a music interlude as the request Uganda Pentecostal University, Mr. Habu, kindly take your team. Mr. Norbert Mao, please take your team for breakfast so that you can come back and prepare the debate. You're the first on the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, they are handling the topic entitled "The Right to Self-Determination and United Nations Mechanisms, Myth or Reality." or the presenter from Uganda Pentecostal University.
The judges this afternoon and the listeners, good afternoon. We take this singular honor to start this competition as Uganda Pentecostal University. And for the record, my name is Muhindo Jason Tunzi, and my colleague.
My name is Kahunde Oli.
We will be discussing the topic, the right to self-determination and United Nations mechanisms. Is it a myth or it is a reality? I am going to introduce this topic, and my sister will be taking us through the principle of self-determination and the mechanisms therein, and then I will revert to the analysis and the conclusion. If it may please you, we will begin right away. The right to self-determination is the right of the people to determine their own destiny. It is an exercise with various motives, which motives range from political, cultural, social, and economic autonomy. However, this right has been hinged on economic autonomy. The right of people to self-determine their affairs is a pillar of contemporary international law, pursuant to Article 1 of the United Nations Charter. This charter provides for the right to self-determination among the four principles, the others being security, peace, and harmony. And so we're going to talk about this right in that aspect of international law. It is through this right to self-determination that peace, security, and harmony can be achieved. Otherwise, if this right is not realized in its totality, we will not be saying peace, will not be living in harmony, and there will not be security all over the world. I invite my colleague to take us through the principle of self-determination.
Okay, so now let's talk about the principle of self-determination. So in this we are going to look at self-determination through rescission. And rescission is withdrawing from membership, especially from a political state. So now, the UN describes the different modes through which self-determination can be established. That is, one, the establishment of a foreign and independent state. And then we also have the free association and integration with the independent state. And then the establishment of political status freely determined by the people. Now, there is the ambiguity arising from those definitions because we are seeing the definition is dangerously ambiguous. So this leads that these multiple definitions of self-determination may lead to a conflict where that certain group of people may believe that if I'm to achieve self-determination, I should have full independence. Well, the parent state, the country, may believe that you are supposed to have self-determination to a certain degree. So, Buchanan, in his book 2004, page 333, notes that it is extraordinarily unhelpful to talk about self-determination, yet in the contemporary international law, the definitions are very ambiguous. So, having different definitions of self-determinations allows political organizing actors to adapt a degree of pragmatism in the approach, which is beneficial to the UN approach. So what do we mean here? Keeping the law ambiguous allows the UN to tailor its approach to the specific situation, which more specifically, and the rigid laws on the issue which are prevalent. So, the article also addresses self-determination in its broad terms while defining it in constitutive definition. Like self-determination is the self-determination exercised through rescission. And we also acknowledge that, however, this definition is open to various interpretations. And on the ongoing forms of self-determination may be favored in the interest of states within the international community. So what does the UN have to say about self-determination? So in the 1995, that is when the UN was born. And at the end of World War II, at the end of World War II, and in 1945, this placed the right to self-determination into the framework of the international law and diplomacy. So, Chapter 1 of the United Nations Charter states that one of the purposes of United Nations is as to develop friendly relations among nations based on the respect for the principle of equal rights and determination of people, and to take other appropriate measures to strengthen universal peace. We also see that on 14th December 1960, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a United Nations General Assembly resolution, which was titled Declaration of Granting Independence to Colonial Countries and People. So also this led to granting of independence to various countries. And of course, they also established a special committee team referred to as popularly the Special Team on Decolonization to ensure complete decolonization in compliance with the principle of self-determination in General Assembly resolution. We again, in our pursuit of self-determination in 1966, the United Nations came up with the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights and International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So, Article 1 of both these conventions read that all people have a right to self-determination. And if people have a right to self-determination, by this virtue that the people are free to determine their political and status to determine freely their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. However, you should note that these regulations and the charter did not say the best way of obtaining self-government is through full independence. You should note that, and also that they did not include any mechanism of any enforcement. Moreover, the states were only recognized by the legal doctrine of uti post distrium juris, meaning that the old administrative boundaries would only be recognized international boundaries upon independence. So, nevertheless, you should note that, however, there were no justified mechanisms of enforcement. We should note that in between 1946 and 1960, people of 37 new nations freed themselves from colonial status in Asia, Africa, and Middle East. And of course, the recent one is the decolonization of Southern Sudan. The UN followed up and ensured the independence of the Northern Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Having discussed the UN mechanism and may I know if it is 1 minute, please? I beg to, for clarity, if it may please you, because you indicated that would be having 20 minutes, and we've so far used 10 minutes. And we've so far used 10 minutes of those. Yes, please. Thank you for the clarity. I think we will proceed. Yes, please. I think with due respect, it wasn't clear because you indicated that it would be 20 minutes for us to present. Then the last 10 minutes are reserved for the engagement with the audience. I beg to be guided further on that, please. This one here.
I think we need to clarify this. We should have at the beginning. It's clear on the program. There are 2 universities presenting in that time block. Each of you share the 40 minutes available, 20 minutes each for both the presentation, for your presentation and fielding responses. So I think it's fair that we let them use the 20 minutes. It would come to that. The question and answer will be handled together. Yes. Yes. So you have the 20 minutes. I hope the timekeeper had stopped his clock for you to conclude your presentation. Then we'll pick the questions and responses after the 2 universities have made their presentations. Okay?
Thank you very much for your consideration. Well, I'll proceed to look at whether as provided for under the conventions, the UN conventions, whether indeed the right to self-determination is a reality. In this regard, we are not looking at whether it is codified, but we are looking at, is it having efficacy? Is it working? Can we see it be done than just being written in the books? We're going to draw our examples from various places, from Africa, from Europe, and other continents to see whether indeed this meets the realism of the self-determination. First of all, we're going to look at the country called Canada. There was a question. Canada has been faced with such a challenge as to self-determination for one of the provinces called Quebec, and Quebec has almost wanted to have an autonomy from Canada. And there rose a question, and the same was referred to the Supreme Court to ascertain if indeed these people have the right to self-determine their affairs. Court ruled that indeed they had the right, but it's not an outright right. That means a few things have to be done. For instance, they have to show that they are oppressed. They have to show that they are a minority. And they have to show that the government has reluctantly failed to provide for them most of the services that they needed. In that regard, court held that much as Quebec or the people of Quebec have the right to self-autonomy, they did not meet the criteria, and so they had to work on that. The country called Serbia has also had a challenge. One of the areas trying to self-determine itself, that is being Kosovo. In 2008, Kosovo announces itself as being independent of Serbia. And so there has been a push and pull between Kosovo and Serbia, to the extent that the UN itself had to give an opinion on whether Kosovo would break away from Serbia. The opinion was not so straight as to whether indeed Kosovo would break away from Serbia, but the question was left open. It has given Kosovo a platform to really claim for their autonomy. However, right now, Kosovo is under the UN mission. The other area I want to draw us to is Western Sahara. Western Sahara claims that it is independent of Morocco because at that time, Western Sahara was under Spain. When Spain withdrew, Morocco had to invade the Western Sahara, and it is under their leadership now. The question is, if the people of Western Sahara, the Sahrawi people, if they tend to break away, I mean, they do not want to be under the Moroccans and they still insist to be under them, are they realizing their right to self-determination? The other example we can draw from Europe is Catalonia. Catalonia is one of the provinces of Spain. Catalonia tended to break away and actually had to announce its independence from Spain, but it has also been a push and pull. The last example we're going to draw is Somaliland breaking away from Somalia. It is believed that before Somaliland joined Somalia, it was an independent state, but they entered into an agreement to combine with Somalia and so have one state. But 4 to 5 years later, Somaliland had to again revise its powers to either associate or disassociate, and then had to announce its breakaway from Somalia. But all these areas that I've given to you, none of them has realized that because there is a stringent measure, which one requirement is that the parent state has to acknowledge whether indeed you are free to self-determine or to determine your affairs. One that example is South Sudan. The government of Khartoum or the government of Sudan had to accept and say maybe South Sudan can have their own territory, which is the case now because South Sudan is now an independent state. But most of these other areas I've given you, none of them have attained that. Yet it is explicitly stated in the convention right from the United Nations Charter of 1945 to the ICCPR and then International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This, the right seems to be ambiguous because it doesn't provide for the sanctions, it doesn't provide for the modalities. It is up to a state to either grant or not to grant an area that tends to break away from the parent state. So in our conclusion, we really find that the right to self the sovereignty which Ukraine must enjoy at all costs. But what has been done, in as much as a lot of threats have been passed on to Russia, there seems to be nothing that is being done. People are losing their lives. And if we ask, why should there be kind of animals above other animals? It is true that animals are equal at the international level, but we see animals being more equal than the other, because what happened in Syria, we did not have this uproar when Syria was invaded. We did not have the same when Libya was invaded. We did not have the same when Saddam Hussein was invaded. That is Iraq. But why should we have this hullabaloo about Ukraine as if they are the only people? That means there's kind of segregation between the applicability of this principle of self-determination. This brings us to the fact that it is not about self-determination, but about who allies with you politically. And so we are just using the cover-up of self-determination to think that this right indeed exists. In conclusion, we can have analogy of a marriage separation, which is a divorce. If there is a dispute between a man and a woman in marriage, and then the woman seeks to have divorce, and then it is only the man who will either grant the divorce or not give the divorce. Would we say there is a right to divorce? Of course not. The right would be there if there is an arbitrator or an umpire to hear these two parties and either grant divorce or never to grant divorce. But in this case, if it is a mother state and it is denying you the right to govern yourselves, and then what are you left with? It's just remain within that state and then remain suffering, yet you have that right within you, which is provided for, which is provided for you, which has been codified here and there. The main issue here is not codification, but is it put in practice, the reality of the same? Otherwise, if we think there is a right to self-determination, when it is not actually put into practice, it is as good as not being there. In our honest belief, we therefore think that indeed the right to self-determination is a myth rather than a reality. Thank you very much. Yes, I rightly believe we have exhausted our minutes, and we do not know whether you are inviting another party or we have questions, but I think by your guidance, we'll have to wait for them, and then please guide us further on that. Thank you.
All right, you will now step down as we await for the session for the questions. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Uganda Pentecostal University. All right, we now invite the team from Gulu University to present on the same topic.
The panel of judges, colleague participants, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ejiku Justin. We are standing together with Prosper, and we are standing on behalf of Gulu University. We are privileged to be sharing our thoughts with you on a topic that our friends have exhausted, that is whether the right to self-determination and the United Nations mechanisms are a myth or a reality. To begin with, the concept of self-realization is as old as statehood itself. But this concept has gradually changed over time. Right from the time when it was initially applied conservatively to attribute itself to decolonization, because initially you would recall that it was so much attributed to colonized states getting their independence from the erstwhile colonizers, up the time when it was used to justify the breakaway of multi-ethnicity states. And up to now, when we realize that it has now extended towards indicating the right of self-determination for indigenous people. Now, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which I will keep referring to as the ICCPR, under Article 1 provides for the right to self-determination, which entails the legal right of people to determine their destiny. The same provision appears to be a replica of what is provided for in the United Nations Charter, which clarifies about two meanings of the word self-determination. And one of these is the sense of having the right of a people to freely choose their political, economical, and cultural destiny. And that is why in our presentation, we will not necessarily limit ourselves to the issue of politics. Now, Article 25 defines the method of the ICCPR, provides for a method of asserting the right to self-determination, which is basically through political participation. That can be directly through the people themselves or through their elected representatives. If you permit me to backpedal a little bit, I will also want to bring to your attention that the United Nations organization is an intergovernmental organization that was created in the 1945 with basically about 5 key roles, which among others include the maintenance of international peace and security, the protection of human rights, the delivery of humanitarian aid and support, but also supporting development and climate actions, and also upholding the international law. Now, the United Nations mechanism, among others, include the Human Rights Council, the Universal Periodic Review, and also procedure and treaty monitoring bodies also. Now, you realize that the United Nations has got means through which they force compliance of their resolutions. And Article 35 to 42 of the United Nations Charter tries to allude to the fact that one of these ways are through blockades, sanctions that are put on states that fail to comply with the resolutions, amongst other things. Now, in explaining whether the right to self-determination is a myth or a reality, would like to bring to your attention what is happening in the Russo-Ukrainian crisis. Like our friend said earlier on here, recently Russia invaded Ukraine, which was a bitter violation of the United Nations Charter, particularly Article 24, which provides for members to refrain themselves from attacking or infringing on the sovereignty or the territorial integrity of other states. Now, when Russia attacked Ukraine, you would realize that one of the key issues that they attacked Ukraine for was a little bit significant, especially the recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent states. Now, these two states were trying to assert their right of self-determination, wanting to break away from the mainstream Ukraine. But then you realize that for reasons that we may not be in a position to present here, the mainstream Ukraine had refrained and refused to grant these people their independence, which has also been the position basically of the United Nations. But you realize that article which we have provided earlier on, the United Nations in first of all their charter, but also the ICCPR provides for the right of self-determination for everyone. That means in reality, the people from the states of Lund-Hesek and Donetsk had the right to self-determination. But also if you move a little bit ahead, you realize in showing the inconsistency and ineffectiveness of the United Nations, you realize that within the UN Security Council, there is what is called the veto power. Now, Russia used her veto power to veto a resolution that was passed the Security Council demanding her withdrawal from Ukraine, but also demanding her to leave the military, what was termed as the military operation. Now you realize from the veto power itself alone, a member of the Security Council is in position to put to hold resolution passed by the various states or member states of the United Nations. This shows a weakness of the United Nations in a way that once a single state has vetoed a resolution, then it cannot be implemented. That lays it ineffective, and in its ways of enforcing that the right to self-determination is upheld, it is a very huge loophole. In our domestic laws, for instance, in Uganda, Article 1 provides that power belongs to all people who are required to exercise their sovereignty in accordance with the Constitution. Now, this has been done in our country through elections and referendum and many times other means through the elected members of parliament. But if you look at the previous moves in parliament, you realize that actually the will of the people is not being followed or determined or strictly adhered to by the members of parliament. For instance, if you look backward in 2018, when we are scrapping off the presidential age limit, you will find this was an exercise that was bitterly criticized by the citizens. It was not supported. And this was a way of determining their what, asserting their right of self-determination. But you realize that one, even after having failed to go the will of the people, which was the first mistake. Second, also, even the previous elections we have, you will realize that our elections are marred with torture and violence. In the previous election, the abductions and the torture of the members of the National Unity Platform itself amounted to crimes against humanity, by which members of the United Nations could have used their power under the principle of universality to bring the people to account. But they failed to do this. And therefore, it appears that in really sense, whereas we have these provisions in our laws, they are not utterly adhered to. It therefore appears that in our country and many other African countries, the issue of self-determination is a matter of determination by a few people and not the majority of the people. Furthermore, as I said earlier on, the right to self-determination encompasses economics. You realize earlier on that member states of the United Nations, particularly the big powers, have used the world financial institutions to interfere with the economic policies of these various countries. You remember very well back that the World Bank and the IMF, through their structural adjustment program, influenced Uganda to privatize many of the government agencies, such as the Uganda Airline and also the Uganda Rift Valley, which later on collapsed. And therefore, we feel that these big powers in the United Nations are using some of the institutions of the world to interfere and meddle in the affairs of these developing nations in Africa. And therefore, it appears that the determination of self-determination politically, even economically, is something that is being basically done by the big powers of the world. And the United Nations is therefore, in our view, a group or association of people, especially the Security Council, which is trying to fulfill the interest of a very few states. It is also worth noting that the United Nations mechanisms for the protection and enforcement of human rights are in many ways marred with inconsistencies. For example, at the international level, there is no central law-making body. That makes it difficult to decide which law supersedes the other, first of all. But also, secondly, there is no central law enforcing organ which can enforce these resolutions. Very many times, failure to comply with these resolutions is met by sanctions, which in our view are very weak, because countries with powerful economies can decide to go against what the sanctions are posed upon them. And therefore, I feel that the position of the United Nations, especially the mechanisms relying on the sanctions to ensure compliance, is ineffective itself. This is not a system that can easily compel big powers with strong economies to comply with United Nations mechanism. But also, second, I want to draw your attention to the politicization at the United Nations. You realize this has been through shielding at the United Nations Security Council. Many times the big powers shield their allies. This has been manifest in very many occasions. For instance, the Korean War. the Israeli-Palestinian war, you'll find that a resolution that would be positively alluding towards ensuring peace is being vetoed by a particular member state and of the Security Council. And therefore I feel that the politicization and siding with a few members or allies at the UN Security Council has been fundamentally a big loophole which has made very many resolutions of the United Nations not to be complied with. But also, the shocking outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic also did a big blow to the United Nations mechanism. It showed how ineffective they were here. For instance, many African countries had the potential to develop a cure. You remember that very well, that Madagascar had come up with an organic cure for coronavirus. But even without giving it a trial, the member states of the UN and the big powers outrightly rubbished this initiative. This shows how these big states are more or less self-interested in themselves and cannot listen to developing nations. And therefore, the developing nations are basically being driven in their economical, even cultural or political spheres by the big nations of the world, which are using the umbrella of the United Nations to just expose or achieve their own interests. You realize how the United Nations also failed to bring the countries in that respect to fight against COVID-19. Now, the reasons for the weaknesses and the failures within the United mechanisms are basically because of the conflict at international law, which have rendered law inadequate to judge, for instance, secession claims, and have hampered the peaceful implementation of the right to self-determination. Now, tension between the competing principles of territorial integrity and self-determination have been a big blow, whereas the United Nations Charter calls upon its member states to respect the territorial integrity of member states. You realize that the principle of self-realization entails, in fact, these nations breaking away from these very countries or states where there are verifiable reasons for maybe for operation or failure to provide a proper social service. And therefore we feel that the basic conflict at the international law level, where there is no clarity on the principles of territorial integrity and also the principle of self-determination, which we realize are conflicting, is a big blow and a flaw within the United Nations, which has largely rendered it ineffective and therefore unable to implement very well the resolutions passed regarding not only other human rights ventures, but also particularly the right to self-determination. Now, although the United Nations mechanisms in many ways, as discussed above, has been in position, has in fact failed to implement resolution. One, we said, one of the reasons is political shielding, but also the veto powers and also the inconsistencies and the various manipulations which are involved at the international level. We feel that it is true, it has made achievements in other ventures. We will not leave this place ungrateful for the fact that in some specific areas of human rights enforcement, the UN has found some. The United Nations has got the power and the capacity, in fact, to put down the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But because they lack the political will, because they are serving their own interest in very many ways, Congo is one of the richest countries on earth in terms of mineral resources. But there are instabilities every time in Congo because we think the reason is there is an aim to leave Congo unstabilized, whereas the big powers that are hiding under the UN are fully servicing and fulfilling their interests. And therefore we feel that the failure by the United Nations to put down very limited and few instabilities, which in our view it has capacity to do, shows their unwillingness and also shows that they can only come into fight and instability and assert people's right where they feel their interests will be satisfied. And therefore, the problem, of course, despite a few achievements, has been the protection mandate. Developing and promoting human rights are aimed at a medium to long term, but they require dialogue, cooperation, and also constructive engagements. Now, protection of human rights focuses on the short term, which states are far willing or less to implement. And now, like I had earlier alluded to the fact that one major failure within the United Nations is the lack of the teeth to implement and enforce the resolutions that are raised, particularly in their resolution. Now, unlike the United Nations Security Council, human rights bodies do not really have enforcement powers. And also, unlike the international financial institutions, the United Nations human rights machineries do not have leverage over states which fail to comply with their resolution. And therefore, this is a very big flaw within the United Nations system. That is why, one, they have failed to ensure that the states the people that are trying to assert their right, like the ones in the Ukrainian crisis of Donetsk and Luhansk, for as long as they feel it is not in their interest, especially the powers that dominate the United Nations, especially the Security Council, we feel it has been a big flaw within the system, which we realize as a team is a major failure within the United Nations, and it makes it more or less of a myth. Now, in a nutshell, the selective, inconsistent, and manipulative manner by which the powerful nations have proclaimed the right of self-determination has weakened the efficacy and integrity of this element of international law. Now, as we have indicated earlier on, international legitimacy of struggle for independence has depended more on the political circumstances and the will of the big powers, like we had said earlier on, than on the legal strength. The weaknesses within the international law have clouded the right to self-determination and hampered its consistent implementation. Given the above weaknesses within the United Nations mechanisms and the failure to ensure that people of various places, like we have said in Russia and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and even in Ukraine, are in position to assert their right to self-determination, among other places that we've not mentioned, we've
All right, we call upon Uganda Pentecostal University to come back to the podium. You will answer questions as they are put across. Right, over the next 10 minutes, we will have questions. Some from the students, and if at all the judges have some, are also welcome. So starting with the students, we have any persons that have some questions?
Thank you, our discussants. I'm Emmanuel Sabwenje, third year law student at Cavendish. Appreciate your discussion. But then my question goes to you generally, that you've discussed the topic of self-determination, and you've brought it in the picture of international law as one of the mechanisms under the United Nations. But then you are not enlightening us on the principles that are enunciated in the topic. For example, the principle of cessation. Let's talk about self-judging clauses in international law. These are clauses where states, for example, self-judging clauses, a state can decide to be bound by a certain provision of a treaty and not be bound by the other. But then you are not discussing these principles, and they are the major principles under this topic. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bwenje. However, your point was not directed to any team. So can you direct it to a team specifically?
Okay, I'm directing it to the team of UPU. Thank you so very much. Yes, you've talked about the principle of cessation. In the general opinion of the ICJ, when the question of Kosovo and Serbia was referred to that court, it was explicitly stated that neither the ICJ commends secession, nor does it deter people to do what? To break away. It is a matter of them. And the same thing happened with the reference that was referred to the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada, in that court, actually in their constitution, they have that principle of secession. However, it must undergo a specific requirements. For instance, there should be oppression of the minority, which the people of Quebec did not meet. When it comes to Spain, vis-a-vis the people of Catalonia, it is the same thing that happened. The Supreme Court of Catalonia had actually declared itself as independent. That is secession, seceding from Spain. However, the Supreme Court had to give its opinion and said what I've stated in Canada did not fulfill the same. However, the concept of secession is just hinged on one thing. Has the state, the mother state, accepted for the other territory to break away? I gave you the instance of Sudan and South Sudan. It was an agreement that was signed. Of course, there were interests because America, generally South Sudan was more of a Christian and the other Khartoum was more of Islam Arabic. That is why there were interests at play. However, in that concept, the government of Khartoum had to give a green light to the government of South Sudan to break away, and it happened. I gave you the scenario of Somaliland, where the mother state has not consented. I gave you Serbia vis-a-vis Kosovo, where the mother state has not consented. Maybe China and Taiwan, where China has not consented, and then Donetsk in Ukraine, where Ukraine has not consented. But as long as a mother state consents, then there can be secession. So we believe if there is an outright right to self-determination, yet it is the mother state that has to consent to the breakaway. Is it real? Is it real? In other words, I gave an analogy of marriage vis-a-vis divorce. If it is one of the parties does not give consent, and yet is one of the parties, their justice. In other words, we believe there is no reality in that principle of self-determination.
Thank you so much. We have a next question from Uganda Matters University.
Yes, good afternoon. I have a question for Ajok Joan Julian from Uganda Matters University, law student, third year. I have a question for Uganda Pentecostal University. The male presenter, in your presentation, actually in the introduction, you said that the right to self-determination, actually peace and security is realized through self-determination. I want you to guide us more on that. However, I would divert from your, actually divert from your presentation because we see that the recent event of Russia and Ukraine, these two states are recognized because self-determination can also be realized through recognition of states. The two distinct states that are recognized, but they're undergoing war. So I would like you to enlighten us more on how peace and security is obtained through self-determination, and also to Gulu University. I would like you to enlighten us on the forms of self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I'm just going to begin right away from that. I introduced and said, if there is no right to self-determination, then there is likely there not be peace and security all over. You've just given a vivid example of Russia and Russia. It is a principle under international law, subject to Article 1, that all states shall be equal. All sovereign states shall be equal. And if they are equal, there shall not be intrusion. In fact, when you look at Article 40, right from Article 41 to 46, it provides for mechanisms under which if there is an invasion, other states shall help this state that is being invaded to overcome such kind of invasion. And so, if there is no right to self-determination in totality, if Ukraine wants to join NATO, and then Russia observes that right to self-determination for them to determine how they're going to associate with the others, and they do not intrude, or there is no invasion, then we are going to have peace. But the lack of peace in Ukraine and Russia is because Russia has failed to acknowledge that Ukraine is a sovereign state that is capable of entering into a contract, that is capable of associating with other countries, that is capable of even dissolving itself why should it then be why should it be the problem of Russia when Ukraine wants to associate with the Northwest? I mean, with Europe or North Europe. Why? Why should Russia determine how Ukraine should govern themselves? Why should Russia determine how Ukraine should associate with the others? Because if you have a family, I have my family and you have your family. If you want to associate with the neighbor, why should I stop you from associating with the neighbor? It is up to you. And so it was up to Russia, to Ukraine, to associate with NATO than Russia curtailing the same. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. We were asked about the forms of self-determination. Like we earlier on said, that self-determination entails the right of people to determine their destinies politically, economically, and also culturally. But also earlier on said that this can be done through political participation. You know, it is through political participation that you can be in a position to achieve your economic or cultural motives and aims. So basically, we would tell you that to achieve self-determination, it is basically a political thing, but also it is through the participation, through maybe elections or through the various directly elected representatives that you can achieve other spheres of economic, social, or economic, unless my friend has something to add.
To add on what you have said, there are basically 5 forms of self-determination. One is freedom, authority, support, responsibility, and confirmation. To look into this thing, UN, during its formation in 1945, after the World War II, it took the initiative to protect the world against these things, but it has failed to protect the world against these things. Like it cannot implement the freedom, it cannot implement the responsibility, the support, the authority it vowed to protect. I thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take our next question.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicholas Akando, now a student at Bishop Stuart University in my 3rd year. The question goes to Guru University. Address us on the issue of sovereignty in the cyberspace. Sovereignty in the cyberspace. Guru University.
We cannot hear you very well. Pass on your question. Try to be louder.
The question goes to Guru University. Guru University, address us on the issue of sovereignty in the cyberspace.
Thank you very much. He's asking us to give us our opinion on. We've been instructed to stop. Can we answer that question, please?
Please answer the question.
All right, thank you. Sovereignty in cyberspace. We realize that there are no very much clear provisions on cyber attacks as per now. Although at international humanitarian law, there are provisions of that kind. You realize that a state can interfere with the affairs of another through cyber attacks, which can be through influencing other states or citizens of a given state through social media and many other things. And we hold a view as a team that where a particular state interferes with the affairs of another or influences affairs of another state through the internet, which my brothers basically call cyber, that in itself is equivalent of what? Of interfering with the sovereignty of a particular state, because it's not only through physical means that you can now interfere with other people's affairs. Now the world has advanced. You can do so through what? Internet, which he termed as what? As cyber. So where a particular state interferes with the affairs of another through internet, it is also what? Against the what? The principle of what? Sovereignty of that particular country. Thank you so much.
All right, the time for Gulu University is fast spent. We'll take a question here.
Thank you so much. My name is Mpura.
I apologize for that. Let us give them a round of applause. And I hope we've all been able to learn a thing or two. According to our program, we were supposed to be having a lunch break now, but clearly no one is hungry. So unless there are a few exceptions, then we could see what to do. We propose that we move forward so that we are in position to progress well. All right, going forward, if your time is spent, you're done. No extra time whatsoever. Are we together? So when you come, it's up to you to give concise answers so that you leave room for more questions. But if you choose to give an answer for 8 minutes, then you won't have time to answer the next available question. Is that clear? So please be mindful of the 10 minutes that each of the two teams has when it is up here. So please utilize your time well. Right. The second topic to be discussed is regular I'll now leave you to the judges for now.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what you just said about time. We just want to let you know that actually time itself is also being judged. So it's very important that when you're asked a question and you tend to answer for more than 10 minutes, remember you have that exactly 10 minutes for all the questions. So please take care of time because it's being judged as well.
All right. The next topic to be discussed is regular, free, fair, and inclusive elections in Uganda. Are we learning any lessons from the past? And under this topic, we have two universities, Uganda Matters University and Kabale University. We'll call upon Uganda Matters University to make its presentation.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Semyaba Arthur from Uganda Matters University in Kozi, third year law student.
I'm by the names of Natwa Ronald, the third year law student at Uganda Matters University.
All right. The topic goes, regular, free, fair, and inclusive elections. Have we learned from our past? First and foremost, we need to know what is an election. According to Black's Law Dictionary, an election is a process of selecting a person to occupy an office, membership, obtain an award, or any other title. According to Vivian Robinson, in his article, Electional Astronomy, 3rd edition, he said that an election has been one of the mechanisms that has been adopted by modern states to make sure that there is effective representation. Furthermore, we need to understand what an election is. An election in a broader sense means that it starts from where a person expresses his intention to participate. From there, it goes ahead where this person picks a nomination from the Electoral Commission. And then from there, we see that they go ahead to conduct campaigns. From the campaigns, then we go to the final voting day. We have to know that an election is not a one-day event. It is a process that has to continue from one state to another. Furthermore, we need to know that this modern representation has been adopted by different democratic states, whereby it has been adopted by Uganda and has been traced from the pre-independence times, whereby the first elections were first held in 1958, whereby the Legislative Council came to enfranchise Ugandans to participate in the first elections. Following that, we see that these elections were characterized by the limited Ugandan enfranchise, whereby many Ugandans did not participate in these elections. Furthermore, we see that in the post-independent Uganda, 1962, Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, and together with other political parties, underwent through elections, and Obote emerged as the winner. Furthermore, we see that this revived the spirit of governance in Uganda. We see that in the period of 1962 up to 1980, this was a period that was characterized by dictatorship. And we further see that there are elections that were held in 1980, whereby President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni dismissed these elections, whereby he felt that these were not fair, and this led to the coup. Furthermore, we see that President Museveni, together with the NRM, further went to the bush, and this led to the coming into the NRM in 1986. From here, I'm going to hand over to my partner to carry on.
Yes, basically to a larger extent, we've not learned lessons from the past, in that the first point is that we've had voter intimidation in Uganda, in that different voters from the rule of law report, we've seen Ugandans being intimidated. Political forces have intimidated voters, and they have not ended up being free and fair. And secondly, in Uganda, we've had a multi-party, basically before the 2005, before the Political Parties Act was enacted, we had a one-party system. And it was not until 2005 when the multi-party system was reinstated and brought to light. Then in 2001, the CRS report, voter turn-up, it was highlighted that voter turn-up was low and different voters never turned out for for these elections.
Yes, according to the Uganda Law Society report, it is recorded that from the previous elections in 2021, there were various multi-practices that were held in these elections. And we see that according to the constitutional petition that was lodged by Honorable Chagulanyi Sentamu, where in this petition was cited that there was voter buying, voter intimidation, whereby there were very many security forces that censored the political parties from carrying out their activities freely well. Following that outcome, we see from our history in 2006, whereby the presidential elections, as proven in the case of retired Dr. Kizakano Vesije versus the Electoral Commission, whereby they cited the same, presenting various criticisms. For example, acts of intimidation, voter buying, and illegal practices by the incumbent Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Furthermore, we see that according to the Uganda Law Society report of 2021, it cited that there was social media blackouts, and this limited people to access to information. This has been seen in our previous history, whereby in 1980, the elections that were held therein were full of intimidation of voters, and people were not allowed to access this information. Furthermore, we see that there has been lack of secrecy at the polling stations, whereby political agents have been seen seated near ballot boxes, and they have tried to claim that they are helping the illiterate and the elderly to carry out the voting, which is quite pretty a lie. This has been cited in the Uganda Law Society report, whereby in the areas of Karamoja, Rakai, where they cited that the elderly were being helped to tick these the ballot papers. And furthermore, we see that in Rakai, they cited the school named as Chankogo Primary School, whereby these ballot boxes were already, the ballot boxes were full of already voted ballot papers. However, to a small extent, we have something to appreciate from the past. From what we've learned. For example, Article 60 of the 1995 Constitution that establishes the Electoral Commission, whereby Article 60 to Article 68 says that the establishes the Electoral Commission and cites various functions of the Electoral Commission. Furthermore, we see that the implementation of various civic education programs have been done under the recognition of those articles. And we further see that the restoration of political party system in 2005 was a mistake that was learned from the past, and Uganda adopting this was a very big step to engage various people from different political backgrounds. We see that in the case of Dr. Paul Kawanga Semogere versus the Attorney General, cited Article 72, whereby it says that there is a right for one to have a political party. And furthermore, we see that various political parties from then came up. For example, we had the FDC coming up, and later on in 2021, we've seen the National Unity Platform, in short called the NUP. Furthermore, we see that there have been various election petitions, which shows that these elections can be challenged. For example, we see that in Article 139 shows that the High Court has the jurisdiction to hear any case. Article 140 shows that the High Court has the mandate to listen to election petitions. We further see that in various cases, Amama Mbabazi versus the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the presidential candidate, we see that in this electoral petition, they challenged the multi-practices that were done during the elections. However, court held that these various multi-practices did not lead to the substantial changing of the votes. However, this has been a technicality that has been used by courts to let down Ugandans, to prevent them to have a presentation that they really desire. Furthermore, we see from the parliamentary election petition that was Odoi Onen Mutasa versus the Electoral Commission, whereby this person went ahead and challenged him being denominated by the Electoral Commission to participate in the election, claiming that this person was above the age of 30 and did not qualify to be a youth. And we see that these outcomes being criticized by various Ugandans shows that there is a little beacon light of hope that these elections where multi-practices have been done and where they have been unfair, they have been challenged. In conclusion, we see that there has been nothing that has been learned from the past, and this has continued, whereby different political parties, especially the ruling party, has continued to exhibit various multi-practices and infringing on the rights of the people. We further see that this has exhibited various brutal force during the post-elections and the pre-election time. Thank you.
Yes. And now the way forward before us is that we have to leverage the emerging technologies, in that these technologies could be used for electronic transmission of results and the revision of polling rules and registers. You realize that the polling registers are not have missing names. So these missing names have to be rectified, and we must have a smooth running of elections in Uganda. And then the demonstration of ballot boxes by these polling guides, they have to demonstrate to the voters that these ballot boxes are devoid of any content within them, in that he raised the point that these ballot boxes had ballot papers that were ticked, and revision of those, or the illustration of these polling guides, if they at all guide these voters and illustrate to them that these ballot boxes are devoid of any content, then will uphold the free, fair, and inclusive elections in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for the team from Uganda Matters University. You can kindly step down so that we hear from the team from Kabale University handling the same topic. They are very smart gentlemen. Let us add them another round of applause.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Barija Michael, a third-year student doing Bachelor of Arts with Education.
Karazaro Simon is my name, third-year student, Kabara University, Bachelor of Arts with Education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regular, free, and fair, inclusive elections in Uganda. Are we learning any lessons from the past? First of all, an election is defined by a political scientist, Robert Dahl, as that where coercion is cooperatively uncommon. A free and fair election involves political freedoms, fair processes leading up to the vote, a fair count of eligible voters who cast a ballot, and acceptance of the election's results by all parties. That means for any election to be free and fair, all parties participating in the election should accept the results. Democracy is popular sovereignty, in Abraham Lincoln's words, government of the people, by the people, for the people. At its heart is the concept of the population choosing a government through regular, free, and fair elections. More than half of the world's population live under autocratic or party-free governments, denied full liberties, and unable to freely participate in the political life. A country cannot be truly democratic until its citizens have the right to freely participate in the political life. Elections provide an important opportunity to advance democratization and encourage political liberalization. For an election to be free and fair, certain civil liberties such as freedom of speech, association, and assembly are required. Elections can be a primary tool to foster political openings and expand political participation. Electoral processes offer political parties and civic groups an opportunity to mobilize and organize supporters, share alternative platforms with the public. Elections also serve to encourage political debate and public dialogue. It is through elections that our leaders or people who contend to be voted for come into discussion with the average voters. The first election in Uganda, let's look at the election background in Uganda. The first election in Uganda was the Uganda National Assembly of 1962, an alliance between the Uganda People's Congress and Kabaka Eka won the majority of the parliamentary seats and formed Uganda's first post-independence government with Obode as the executive prime minister. A period of political strife and dictatorship of Idi Amin, Yusuf Rule, and Godfrey Benaissa meant no election in December 1980. Obote was pronounced the winner amidst bitter disputes and allegations of electoral fraud. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, one of the presidential candidates aspirants, declared an armed rebellion and waged a guerrilla war, the one we call the Bush War, against the government of Obote. Museveni's National Resistance Army took power in 1986 from the government of General Tito Okello Lutwa, who had 6 months earlier toppled Obote's UPC government in July 27, 1985, through a military coup, making himself president. The general elections in Uganda, which were held on 18 February 2016, came out with the incumbent President Museveni of NRM winning the elections. There were several petitions against the results of the election. For example, Amambabas versus Museveni, that was a presidential election of 2016. Uganda Supreme Court case number 3, 31st March 2016, in which the petition expressed that the Union and the United States criticized the election and lack of transparency and attention of the candidates. In the recent concluded general elections, the Electoral Commission announced the incumbent President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has ruled the country since 1986, as the winner with 58.44% of the votes. To put these developments in context, 6 institutional factors stand out for their importance in shaping Uganda's democratic trajectory. 1, we look at the changing face of the opposition. Since the current regime took over power after waging a series of armed struggles, first Idi Amin and later Milton Obote and Tito Okello, Uganda's traditional opposition parties have withered away. Their praise are parties that have emerged from the ruptures in the ruling party. Comrades, you can be my witnesses. We have seen Forum for Democratic Change coming out of NRM. We have seen Alliance for National Transition. We have seen National Unity Platform, plus others. And this is significant since many analysts contend that genuine democratic competition in Africa will only emerge from within the long dominant liberation movements. 2, we have the confidence in the Electoral Commission. The composition and operation of the Electoral Commission has been a source of heated disputes. A survey conducted a month before the recent concluded elections showed that the Commission suffers from perceptions of lack of independence and inefficiency. 89% of those polled wanted to see reforms in at least one aspect of the electoral process, including the Electoral Commission. Then we look at the neutrality of the security forces. Uganda's recently concluded elections were characterized by widespread violence, and human rights abuse. Human rights abuses include killing of people, arrests and beating of opposition supporters and journalists. Then 5, we look at the independence of courts. The judiciary has been relatively independent in the previous elections in Uganda. In 2001, Besigye lost a petition at the Supreme Court to nullify the election results. The ruling was narrow as 2 of the 5 judges held that the elections should be nullified. Moreover, all the 5 found out that there was interference with the ballot boxes in the severe polling stations as alleged by Dr. Kiza Besigye. To a large extent, we have not learned lessons from the past elections. However, I call upon you comrades to act and we change the future. Lessons learned include the following. Improved voter education. Despite the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the Electoral Commission failed to implement favorable ways of promoting voter education. With such young population, many of the voters were first-time voters or ill-prepared second time. So here we mean, when we are in the election, for example, it was my first time to vote. That means there would have been another comrade or another villager whom he experienced the voting for the first time. And of course, you know, you can rule ignorance. You can do everything you want to people who are uneducated. You can easily manipulate the illiterate. Then we look at delayed opening of polling stations. Most effort should be made to ensure all polling stations open at the stipulated time. There were several reports of some polling stations opening later beyond 7 a.m. as was recommended. There was failure of biometric voter verification kits. There were allegations that some of the biometric voter verification kits used to identify voters were not operational. This delayed the process of election at the polling day. Then we have seen a changing political landscape. While the opposition may not have won the election, there was some degree of the change in the political landscape. As we saw, some candidates who, due to their high-ranking positions as incumbent officials or their affiliation to the ruling party, expected to march out victorious, but failed. We saw several ministers, including the vice president, lose out in the election. For example, we also look at Honorable Mwesigwa Rukutan from Rushenyi County, lost the election. Ephraim Kamont lost the election. And these were the high-ranking officials who were affiliated to the ruling party who expected to emerge out victorious. And the lesson from this victory for the future political candidates is that election seats are not guaranteed simply due to incumbency. It does not mean if you're related to the government, you must be a leader or you must win the election. The will of the people must take control. Then we look at the Electoral Commission's partiality. Incidence of the Electoral Commission's partiality has always been on display during elections. It released provisional election guidelines prohibiting mass campaign rallies in 2021. That was during the COVID-19 era. But several opposition candidates were restricted from campaigning. But the incumbent President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's rallies were untouchable. They were doing mass campaigns which were against the guidelines provided by the Electoral Commission. But their campaigns were not disturbed or withheld anywhere. Whereas the electoral processes or the electoral campaigns of the opposition leaders were partly disturbed. As we also, one of the presidential candidates, Patrick Amriato Boy, was held and had to go to nominate barefooted. Then we have to look at the incumbents' abuses. There is an urgent need to find a more systematic approach for all electoral commission on the continent of Africa to find ways to cut down the incumbents' abuses. Uganda campaign disruptions and violence at opposition rallies has always been a defined strategy by the incumbents seeking to undermine the success of the opposition's campaign. We shall look at the international election observers. Because of low number of international election observers, teams deployed some local embassies stationed in Uganda asked for accreditation as diplomatic election watchers rather than fully nominated observation of the electoral process. The media coverage of the election, the campaign candidates, and the behavior of the security forces towards participating candidates prior to the election day were not good. In conclusion, therefore, it would be unfair to judge whether we lose the winning is the regular, free, and fair, inclusive elections in Uganda, as I've explained it in the paper, if we don't look at the expectations of all. Let us not seek the democratic answer or any other answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to collect the blame from the past. Let us accept our own responsibility. The secret of getting things done is to act. We have to heal our wounded country, Uganda. We must struggle, and where there is no struggle, there is no progress. Thank you.
We are going to take questions in the first 10 minutes. All the questions that need to be asked, keep it short and specific to a university. Are we together? Right. Let's start from here, there, come slowly.
Thank you so much. I'm called Darinda Vitas from the University of St. Joseph Mbarara. In relation to your question, I would like you to tell us why the youth are over-engaging in elections or the so-called politics in Uganda today, and their engagement in it. Is it creating peace or it is not? If it is not creating peace, then we, the human rights activists, what should we do? The recommendation for it. Thank you so much. Uganda Matters University.
Thank you very much. My name is Majorizi Dan from Mountains of the Moon University. My first question goes to Uganda Matters University. In your presentation, sir, you are showing us that we've learned nothing from the past, and where you are showing us that in the first elections of 1958, a few people participated in voting. You are not showing us the statistical analysis of how many voted by then and those who are voting to date. The second question is going to the other university.
Asserting low levels of civic education, Ugandans are just ignorant and unaware about the relevance of participating in elections. Therefore, do you think that your assertion is now and actually false?
Initially, you were stopped from asking the question, so now you have a chance.
Thank you so much. I'm called Muranga Simon from Uganda Christian University. The previous speakers, the first speakers from Kabale University spoke about this substantiality test, and the gentleman here has made mention of Article 104 of the Constitution, which says that the Supreme Court is supposed to make a finding and not a judgment. But the Presidential Election Act talks about the substantiality test under Article 59, under Section 59, subsection 6, paragraph A. So I will propose an amendment of the Presidential Election Act, which talks about the challenging overturning an election based on the substantiality test, because still it violates the principle of a free, fair, and regular election.
Is it a question or you are guiding? Or it is a recommendation for the amendment of a said article concerning the substantial test in overturning an election? University. My question goes to cover university. So in your presentation, you focus so much on the institutional breakdown and the lacunas within the electoral commission and everything. However, from the question, there is a major issue, that is the inclusivity, in elections. I want you to comment on the commercialization of elections and the hiking of nomination fees, and currently that to run an election you must have money, and how it affects inclusivity.
Thank you very much. My name is Council Joshua from Bishop Stuart University. The team from Uganda Matters seem to be discussing an accurate election instead of a free and fair. So could you discuss the principle of free and fair, not accurate?
Free and fair, not accurate. Any other questions? We still have a few minutes.
My name is Kasamba from Combination University. Article 60, Clause 1 of the Constitution provides for an electoral commission which shall consist of a chairman, assistant chairman, and 5 other members, all appointed by the president. Article 104 still tells us that in case you're not contented with the results of this election, you can run to the Supreme Court, which has the Chief Justice still appointed by the President. So, as we discussed
that area of law about free and fair elections, what do you think about that? I direct this question to Uganda Matters University.
Uganda Matters. All right, our questions are done. Over to you, the participants.
So we have looked at the election rallies which were disturbed or disrupted. We can see on December 30th, 2022, Robert Chagulanyi was arrested for the third time during his campaign. We can see in 2016, Dr. Kizza Besigye was arrested several times by the incumbent regime as a way of undermining his success of the campaign.
Thank you. We had another question about the inclusivity of and the commercialization of the elections. Here, the main challenge, this is the main challenge of elections in Uganda, where money has prioritized the elections in Uganda. The major challenge is that people are greedy of money, and another problem is that people of Uganda are poor. The poverty rate of Ugandans is low. So people they know that if we incur money in elections, people will turn up and vote. And that's why it has. Also, another question was about the youth engagement in elections. It is just because of the love of money, and most of the youth are unemployed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And fellow countrymen, as said by one of the politicians, Dr. Kizza Besigye, when you overcome the love of money, nobody can buy you.
Yes. Well, my first question was directed to the statistical analysis of those who voted in 1958 and those that voted in Am I being heard? Yes, my first question was being directed to the statistical analysis of those who voted in 1958 and those that voted in 2021. Those that voted in 1958 were 20% of the population that was there then. But now that has radically improved to 53%. Now that is a radical improvement. And then one question was also directed to how free and that we are discussing a free and fair election, not an accurate election. But then those two concepts of free and fair and accurate are intertwined in that an accurate election reflects a free and fair. If it is not accurate, then meaning that is not free and fair. Then the just how free and just is the justice that is obtained from the Supreme Court. Now,
all right. Unless the judges have any clarity or anything, then these ones will be released.
All right. Borrowing the definition from Kabale University, patriot is one who defends what? But we may not all subscribe to that view. However, thank you so much. You left me confused about war and mathematics. But this is the beauty of learning. We are all learning about the different things that come with this competition. So, sir, if I look for you later for further engagement on how war and mathematics move hand in hand, then we'll be on the right track. It's my understanding that we are still in good shape as they set up for food. We are going to have one more round. Right. We are now moving on to Kampala International University and Cavendish University. These are discussing the topic called Doctrine of Separation of Powers. Is it a practical principle in Uganda today? Right. We'll start with Kampala International University. For my students of BSU who don't know where KIU is around Kansanga. And those who don't know where Cavendish University is around Kamocha, Bukot Street. Yes. The Faculty of Law is that. And then their main campus on Gaba Road. So here we have with us KIU.
In July 2016, there was a conference between President Barack Obama and a Mexican president. And within that meeting and that conference, President Barack Obama commented on human rights. He said that one of the challenges of a democratic country is to make sure that even in times of emergence and passion, we make sure that the basic precepts of rule of law or precepts of rule of law and respect of human rights prevail. Dear judges, members in the House, before you is Ntume Sharif from Kampala International University.
Before you is Nathan Emilian from Kampala International University, main campus.
Well, our question to afternoon is about separation of powers, whereby we are examining whether it is a practical principle within Uganda. Now, for a society or a democratic society to have respect of human rights, it is crucial and essential for that country to have respect to the doctrine of separation of powers. Judges and members in the House, you'll agree with me that the doctrine of separation of powers is just a facet of the entire bigger rule of law. Rule of law is composed of other norms. For example, respect of human rights, respect of parliamentary sovereignty, and among others. So we cannot talk about separation of powers and we don't talk about rule of law. Dear members, in our presentation, we are going to understand what is separation of powers. What was the state of separation of powers before the outbreak of COVID-19? Then, what was the state during COVID-19? In the long run, as we are in the post-COVID-19 era, what is then is the state of separation of powers in Uganda. Then, there we shall understand whether we are building back better from the state of separation of powers that was there before COVID-19, or actually we are doing rubbish, or we are only deteriorating. Then, the concept of separation of powers was introduced by Montesquieu. And it only means that in our government, we are having three separate organs. That is the judiciary, that is the executive, that is the legislature. And for these organs, the concept of separation of powers requires that they have to act independently without anyone interfering into the works of another one. Initially, the doctrine was absolute, whereby we had to have a total separation, operate independently without interfering the judiciary or without interfering the executive. But then, in the long run, we had a modification of separation of powers, whereby it was looked at that in the long run, these organs of the government are working with the common purpose of serving the state and to make sure that there is respect of human rights in the entire country. So you could not have respect of separation of powers or respect of human rights when you have a total absolute or an absolute separation of powers. That's then how we had the rule of law. That's how we had checks and balances. Now, in 1997, there was a Commonwealth Conference on the parliamentarians, whereby the human rights, the Foundation for Human Rights Executive Director, whom we are with as of now, Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana, made the presentation and said that checks and balances are actually looked at in the same breath as separation of powers. So they are not distinct. What comes a violation is that when we are having checks and balances, then the excess, what goes beyond is the violation. Then when it goes beyond, we get violation. Now, before COVID-19 broke up, we had separation of powers because the law, the constitution, the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda clearly provides for separation of powers. For example, we are having the legislature is provided for under Article 77. The judiciary is provided for under Article 126. The judiciary, that's the judiciary under Article 126. Then the executive is provided for under Article 98 onwards. So all these organs are having separate responsibilities, whereby the court is actually mandated to interpret the laws that have been made by Parliament. And in this, they use various rules. And we have seen judicially interpreting these laws. Of now, we have just had a speech from His Lordship, the principal judge, whereby he has said that in many cases, the judiciary has come up to give judgments. Then the question that has to trigger your mind is, are these decisions respected? Because judiciary is playing its role. but what differs is whether these decisions are actually respected. Now, that's why we shall have the gist of our presentation. Still, we are having Parliament is doing its mandate, because under Article 79, Parliament is mandated to make laws. It is doing this, but then when it is executing it, does it pass good laws? Because you pass a law, but is it a good law that is going to respect human rights? Now, before COVID-19, that's how the law is providing for separation of powers. But then the question we are answering is that, is it a practical principle? So the violation of separation of powers is in the practicability of it. Before COVID-19, we had a lot of scandals that violated separation of powers. Amongst them was the Black Mamba incident. You remember when Dr. Kizza Besigye and the co-accused were arrested, court granted bail to these people. But then executive came up and violated, and actually they sent Black Mamba, those are the armies, to take these people, take them back to the custody. But then this is the judiciary that has passed the judgment. It has made a decision. Remember, right to bail is a constitutional right under Article 23, Clause 6. And these rights rather are absolute and are not granted by the state. That is Article 20. Then the judiciary is playing its role. But then we are having another organ that is coming to infringe. Another one was in 2013. Before COVID-19, Parliament enacted the Public Order Management Act. And in the Public Order Management Act, we had a provision that was giving right to police officers actually to disperse peaceful demonstrators. We all know that peaceful demonstration is a constitutional right under Article 29 of the Constitution. So it cannot be taken away from someone. But then the amendment of the Public Order Management Act came after the provisions, that's Section 32 of the Police Act, Cap 303, had been declared null and void. And the provision of the Public Order Management Act was actually in the same realm, or was mutatis mutandis with the provision that was declared null and void. But remember, we have Article 92 of the Constitution, whereby it restricts, it's mandatory, it restricts Parliament from passing a law that actually altered a decision of a court. What was this? This was a total violation of separation of powers, because the Constitution is providing for it, and Parliament is again making a law. Now, that's when we had Human Rights Network versus Uganda, because the section of Police Act was declared null and void in Mwanga Chivumbi versus Attorney General. Now, the Parliament now come up and enact another law, which is a total violation. Now, that is before COVID-19. In the long run, when COVID-19 came up, remember in our opening statement that I've just made, I've said that even if we are in passion, even if we are in emergency, we have to make sure that we respect human rights. We respect the principles that bring up human rights. Yes, we understand that we have absolute and non-absolute rights, whereby the absolute rights are in Article 44 of the Constitution. But because then, even if you are going to take away someone's right, you have to make sure it is the limitation of Article 43, because Article 43 is giving you a limitation that even if you want to take away someone's right, you have to take it in prescribed form. Then we had standard operating procedures being passed, and these are the electives that have been passed. We may call them maybe statutory instruments. Now, what is the organ that is mandated to enforce these laws or to determine the fate of an individual? That's the judiciary. But in very many ways, we saw the LDU's people, the army coming up and beat up the people who have actually breached the standard operating procedures. Was this a right of those people? No. Yes, one may say that then, you see, it was an emergency. It was not, even if it was an emergency, we had to make sure that these people are respected. You remember, President was required that if you want to rule a country in a society or in a situation whereby you are the one to dictate, declare a state of emergency, which is provided for under Article 110 of the Constitution. He did not. It means that he had to respect. Now, within through COVID-19, we had various disrespect of the separation of powers. You remember the Endeavour Church scandal, whereby Justice Siwa Idris made that decision whereby he was directing the proprietors or the ones who were running the Endeavour Church that they had acquired a title by fraud. You remember under the Registration Titles Act, whereby we have section 176, whereby if someone acquired a title through fraud, the title can be declared invalid. Then this is a court decision that has been made. Now, the president, the head of the executive, is now coming up to say, I'm going to reconstruct. Now, because the public was like, now you see this is a church and this is what? But then this is the court decision which has to be respected. We see? Now, you see, we have the judiciary is being interfered with in its role. The executive is taking the role of interfering in these ones. Now, we have to make sure that at least we respect separation of powers. Now, those are some of the highlights of the disrespect of separation of powers during COVID-19. Now, here is the funny story. Now, in the post-COVID-19 era, remember, before COVID-19, the respect of separation of powers was to a lesser extent. That one I'm quite sure. Because the law is providing, but the practicability. Now, in the post-COVID-19 era, are we building back better? Because it would be like, yes, we had a violation during COVID-19. We could at least maybe give a benefit of doubt. But then, are we building back better? Because we were meant to have separation of powers. You can agree with me that there is no country that could be having maybe absolute existence of separation of powers, neither its absence. You remember the chief guest had just told us that there is disrespect of human rights in the entire world. Even if you speak of America, you speak of Germany, you speak of what? You see, I have my uncle who is in Germany. He told me, you think Sharif on the street kids are in Kampala. Even in America, they are there. But then their degree differs. The disrespect of human rights in Uganda, even other global countries are disrespecting human rights, is it at the same level as it is in Uganda? The answer is no. Now, one of the scenarios of the prominent issues we are having in the post-COVID-19 era regarding separation of powers is the Kofi agreement between Vinci and government. You see, now Parliamentary Commission is making a recommendation under the head of Honorable Mwine Paka that you see what? There was a lot of injustice that were made within when we are making this law or when I'm making this agreement, but then we need to cancel it. Now the president is saying, Mwinde Paka, come here. Change the decision that you made. This is the parliamentary commission, which should not be interfered. Now, in the next minutes, my colleague is going to tell you that then, as we are trying to build back better, we have to get these recommendations to make sure that there is respect of human rights, which is entitled at making sure that at least respect of human rights is there. Because in the long run, when there is no respect of separation of powers, it is you and me and the other one who is going to get the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For society to live under environment of freedom, democracy, justice, and respect of human rights, it is crucial for society to have a belief in a culture of doctrine of separation of powers. So I'll take you through how to improve separation of power, the doctrine of separation of powers, in order to realize human rights in post-COVID-19 era. The first one is there should be respect of court orders. Here, as Michael has said, let us respect court orders. We have seen in Endeavor, the church was demolished, and justice, the judge, gave a decision and said it was fraud. So they have a right to demolish because the land was not belonging to them. But the President Museveni come up as an executive to say that we are building back that church, which was interfering with the judiciary. So let us respect the court orders and the court decision. And if we look at Section 10 of the Human Rights Enforcement Act, it talks about if any person that violates a law, this person will be held liable. It is a recent law that is given to most especially the servants of the government, that in case you violate this law, you will be held liable for it. Another one, it is the modification in the norm and over appointing judicial officers. We see that the president is the one appointing judicial officers. So, by appointing the judicial officers, this is interfering with the separation of powers. As I can connect it with Switzerland. Here, the president does not do that. He gives the mandate to people to choose the judicial officers. And in this, these people, they have a right, and you have a right to apply for anything, to apply for judges and justices in that matter. We have the relationship between the government and civil organizations. And if we talk about the civil organization, we have those who advocate for rule of law and respect and protection of human rights. Just as all of us, we are here, but we are here because of these people. Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. This is an organization that is fighting for the rights of the people. So there must be a strong relationship between the government and this organization so that we see that there not be disrespect of separation of powers. Another point, it's about security officers. Security officers should be trained or sensitized on human rights and the provision of public management or public order management act. So here the police officers should not violate the laws as they were during COVID-19. Police officers or security officers were ranked as the people who violated human rights during COVID-19. So here, by doing so and violating human rights, it's agencies who are identified as the major perpetrators of human rights violation. Then the government should also follow the guidelines from its agents. So here the government is supposed to follow the guidelines from its agents. We have the human rights advocacies. We have the human rights forums and other agencies that are here to give guidelines in case the executive goes wrong or the legislature goes wrong or the judiciary goes contrary to what they are supposed to do. As we see that Attorney General has the mandate to advise under legal circumstances. So it's supposed to advise the government about the legal matters that happen. So by doing so, is advising the executive not to interfere with the legislature or the judiciary. In conclusion, this country has faced a lot of challenges that violate the doctrine of separation of powers, despite its existence under the law. So we focus to look forward to building back better in its observance by putting a recommendation into consideration. This will be in a long run help us to respect the human rights. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are now moving on to the next presenter. That is Cavendish University. It is equally presenting the same topic. Cavendish.
The panel of judges, the hosts, the delegation from FHRI, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Apollo Vivian Consulate, and with me today is my colleague, Aheba Rogers Musime from Cavendish University. And with us today is a delegation from Cavendish University. I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our patron, Advocate Ogwal Samuel, and our coach, Miss Nisi Masafficient. We are glad to be part of the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Competition themed Building Back Better, Realizing Human Rights in the Post-COVID-19 Era. And we shall be talking about whether the doctrine of separation of powers is practical in Uganda today. One, I'll be defining what the doctrine of separation of powers is. Two, I'll be talking about what objectives it's set to achieve. Three, I'll be talking about the historical applicability of the separation of powers. One, in the post-immediate colonialism years. Two, in the Obote regime. And three, in the Amin regime. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctrine of separation of powers is a principle embodied in constitutionalism and comes second after the rule of law as a principle of the doctrine of constitutional law. The separation of powers is a channel for governance of a state. That is the executive, legislature, and judiciary. These were commonly termed as the three-party state by Montesquieu in his book, The Spirit of the Laws. Moving further, the doctrine of separation of powers is set to achieve, one, the efficiency of bringing officials who are experts in different fields. Two, is to bring cooperation between the three arms of government, which are the executive, judiciary, and legislature. Sorry. I'll be moving further to the doctrine of separation of powers during the 1962 Constitution of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we should open our eyes and appreciate the framers of the 1962 Constitution of Uganda. They aimed at making Uganda a democratic country. This is seen under Article 77, which provides for the executive, Article 73, which provides for the legislature and its powers to make the laws, and Article 90, Clause 1, which provides for the establishment of the High Court in Uganda. Thus saying, the framers of the 1962 Constitution of Uganda provided for the separation of powers and intended for Uganda to be a democratic country. I will move further to the doctrine of separation of powers during the 1966 crisis in Uganda. This is the Obote regime. In 1964, Honorable Cheng, who is a member of parliament, tabled a motion in parliament for Amin to be demoted from his position as inquiries to the gold scandal were being made. However, Obote president by then decided to exalt Amin and appointed him as the chief commander of the army. This caused issues between the parliament and Obote. That's the case of Grace Ibingira and others versus Uganda, 1966. In 1966, the Constitution of Uganda was suspended and Obote declared a state of emergency, which enabled arrest without trial. Thus, the case of Grace Ibingira and others versus Uganda, 1966. This is seen when the judiciary ordered for the release of the members of parliament and the executive reordered for their arrest, thus showing the executive stepped on the powers of the judiciary to make the laws and implement them. This is clear that during the time of Obote regime, Obote stepped on both the powers of the legislature and the judiciary, thus showing the doctrine of separation of powers was not really exercised in his term. I will move further to the doctrine of separation of powers from 1971 to 1976. This is the Idi Amin regime. In 1967, Amin decided to suspend the constitution and therefore issued a legal notice 1 of 1971, where he replaced the courts with military tribunals and the legislature with decrees. Amin, by then, who was the lawmaker, dictated over the legislature and the judiciary. Thus, the doctrine of separation of powers was a myth during his reign. If I am to quote the case of Stanley Onyu versus Attorney General, the words of Justice Herbert, he reviewed He reviewed this and said the government he castigated government officials for their behavior in ignoring court orders, which reflects badly on the courts and the court's application of the law. This answers the question in context whether the doctrine of separation of powers is applicable in Uganda today, and no, it is not. As we move further to the NRM regime, I would like to take this opportunity to invite my colleague, Ahewa Rogers Musime, to enlighten us about the doctrine of separation of powers in Uganda today.
There is no such a thing as separation of powers in the absolute nature. It's impractical. If I may quote Justice Bart Katurebe in the case of Sehad versus Attorney General, Constitutional Appeal number 1 of 2013. He says that the only applicable thing is the doctrine of checks and balances, which is a principle of separation of powers. So if I could guide my previous colleagues from KIU, the doctrine of separation of powers is practically impossible in Uganda. If we could look at the theme of today's discussion, it questions the applicability of the doctrine of separation of powers in the current scenario. Now, history has taught us that it's impractical. Honorable members of the tribunal and honorable members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ahewa Rogers Musime. Growing up, my father instilled to me the benefits of separation of powers at the family level. A father had to fend for a family, a mother had to create a home out of the family, and the children had to pursue their goals. This was the intention behind the framers of the 1995 Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. The framers of the 1995 Constitution, under Chapter 6, provided for the legislature and its duties. Separately, it went on under Chapter 7 to provide for the executive and its role. It went on to provide for the judiciary under Chapter 8. Under Article 128, it provides for the independence of the judiciary, which intentionally brings out that it intended not the judiciary to be interrupted while handling its matters. From the onset of the NRM regime in 1986, under legal notice number 1, the NRM regime violated the doctrine of separation of powers. Under section 1 of legal notice number 1 of 1986, it stated that executive power shall be entrusted into the National Resistance Council, which was headed by the president. Now, this meant that the executive still controlled the lawmaking process. The Odoki Committee came to rectify this problem by providing for the legislature, giving it the powers to make laws under Article 79, Clause 1 and Clause 2. Then it went on to give the executive under Article 98 and above for cabinet powers to exercise executive rules. Then it provided for the judiciary under Article 26 and above. Ladies and gentlemen, the violation of the doctrine of separation of powers and the stand of this humble presenter is that checks and balances have been violated to the benefit of the executive, to the detriment of the people of Uganda, and to the embarrassment of the other arms of government. Article 91 provides for checks and balances to the president of the Republic of Uganda, that before a law is made, it must be taken to the executive for vetting. In other words, the president has to consent. Now, this has been violated in many ways. Post-COVID, after the lift of the first COVID-19 lockdown, members of parliament cried out for a legislation to be made, which was referred to as the maximum price legislation. Now, this legislation was meant to curb the prices of fuel, which was denied by the executive. If I may quote Honorable David, the member of parliament of Katikam North, he states that because of the rising prices of fuel, the prices of foodstuffs and other services have risen. And he also goes on further saying that it's ironic that the members of parliament and the executive are the ones in the fuel business. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not only focusing on the executive alone. In this line, I shall discuss along 3 head arguments. I shall confirm to you that indeed there has been executive interference with the legislature. Furthermore, I shall show you that the doctrine of separation of powers has been intervened regarding the intervention of the judiciary. However, along these lines, I shall be showing you that there has been violations of the powers vested to cause checks and balance. honorary members of the panel, if we look at Article 91 that gives President powers to consent to laws, he has used this article to bring forth the laws that they want to be put aside, and then to also negate those that shouldn't be negated. For example, in 2017, in the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2017, amending Article 102B, the age limit case, it was smoothly passed, and within a period of 2 years, it became law. More so, when you look at the sugarcane bill of 2016. Now, this sugarcane bill was meant to, reduce farmers of sugarcane who have 6 acres and below never to grow sugarcane. However, those who have 6 acres and above should also get incorporated into a company to make sure that they can do what? They can grow sugarcane. These two bills were passed swiftly. Now let's look at the bills that indeed matter. The NSSF bill of 2019. That bill was meant to provide access to funds to people who have been saving for NSSF for a period of 10 years. It also provided access to funds for anybody who had access to NSSF for a period after they've gained 5 years. This bill was not passed. When it was not passed, even it has exceeded the 30 days that are mandated by the Constitution for the president either to consent or not consent to it. So it is merely in the air. Nobody is questioning. When we move on to another bill, the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Bill of 2018. Now, this bill was intended to provide a regulatory framework for the applicability of the modification of genetic organisms. The bill has been returned to Parliament twice. So the president is using Article 91 to only pass the laws that they feel like they should pass, and then to negate the laws that they don't feel like they should pass. Moving on, honorary members of the panel, and if you could indulge me further, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda gives the president powers to appoint public officers under Article 172 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Article 142, Article 51, Article 108, Article 118, 119, and 120. In these articles, it gives the president powers to appoint, for example, the Chief Justice, to appoint the Governor of Bank of Uganda. It gives him powers also to appoint the commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, the commissioners of the Electoral Commission. Article 161, clause 5, actually gives the president powers to fire the Bank of Uganda and the deputy governor of Bank of Uganda, to fire the governor of the Bank of Uganda and the deputy. So if you are serious enough, could you do anything contrary to the person who can fire you or to your boss? That's not separation of powers. Even though the framers of the Constitution intended for checks and balances, this is not a practical institution in Uganda. Moving on, NRM as a party has solid control over the members of parliament that it has in the regime. For example, when we look at the case of Theodore Sechikubo and others versus Attorney General in 2016, those that refused to the age limit case, they stated that for them they are not in support. They were disavowed by the NRM committee. They sent even a letter to the Speaker of Parliament stating that she should declare that the positions were now no longer nobody is no longer in the position and new elections should be held. The Speaker refused. The Attorney General, since he's voted and appointed by the President, also stated to the Speaker that she should reverse her decision. The court held that that was in contravention with the doctrine of separation of powers and checks and balances, and it upheld the Speaker's position. Moving on to my last limb of argument, the executive has intervened in the judicial powers. If you could indulge me a little bit further, Article 128 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda provides for the separation of powers, and it provides for the independence of the judiciary. Article 128 clause 1 gives the judiciary absolute independence without intervention from anybody or an authority. Article 128 clause 2 says that no judicial officer shall be intervened during their exercise of judicial authority. It saddens my heart to tell you that, for example, Dr. Justice Lugaizi, in the case of the prison case of Dr. Chizabesija and 22 others versus AG 2005, withdrew from the case, citing political interference and security threat. The case was given to Justice Bosco, John Bosco. He also withdrew, citing the same threats, political threats and security threats. It was further passed on to Justice Vincent. Now, Justice Vincent suspended the actual whole case until the elections of the new presidential candidates were finished. Later on, during Justice Mike Kivita's reign, the case was dropped. We can see in Uganda Law Society versus Attorney General, where the executive actually bombards the judicial process. Members of the Uganda Republic, 14 of them were granted bail. In Dr. Chizabe, in the treason case, which I cited earlier, they were granted bail. Court was processing the papers. The army members came in and intervened in the whole process, and later on, the next day, they were taken to Machindie court martial. In James Katawazi versus Secretary General of Uganda Law Society, the case of 2007, they were given bail, released, and then rearrested on the orders of the executive, which was the same thing that Michael Counsel was talking about in the case of Grace Vinjira and others versus Attorney General. Honorable members of the panel, it's impractical for us to have an absolute separation of powers. However, what we can have is a system of checks and balances that can be regulated and enforced, not manipulated, to the benefit of the executive, to the detriment of the people of Uganda, and to the embarrassment of all other bodies. With all this violation of the rule of law, separation of powers, it is just right that we give due respect to the judicial officers and other officers that have decided to prevent business as usual and decided to uphold the principles of separation of powers as stated by the Constitution. The Constitution is not a mere piece of paper, it's the law that governs the state of Uganda. This president arrests his case.
Right, another round of applause for Cavendish University. Thank you for that nice presentation on separation of powers. We will call back the other team from KIU to come and please to come and respond to the questions. Yes. Right, there's a change of style. There are now 3. And remember, this is a university team. Even if you want to go 10, please, all of you, they're invited. Are we together? Good. Right, the first question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The question, my name is Birunji Prima, Makerere University. The question is, let me just rightly, brought into perspective the notion of checks and balances. The question is there a practical way to actually have these checks and balances separated from interference with separation of powers? How do we draw the line that this is no longer a checks and balances practically, not theoretically, not just saying that you should have checks and balances? Where do we draw the line that these are no longer checks and balances, it is now interference?
Thank you so very much to the presenters. Well, maybe to clarify on Article 161 clause 5, the president doesn't have absolute powers. There are those parameters under which he has to fire the Bank of Uganda. And then my question is, true, in Uganda, the practice is that we have a bit of checks and balances. But even then, we see members of parliament being appointed as ministers. And then these are the very ministers that are accountable to the parliament. Can these ministers check themselves? Can they be accountable to themselves because they double as members of parliament and ministers? If you find so, having found that there's no actual separation of powers, but a semblance of checks and balances, and realizing that indeed even the checks and balances doctrine has its issues, as I have highlighted. In the alternative of these two, what would be the system in Uganda? Thank you. My brothers, Cavendish.
Prima, your question, which university? Both universities are answering Prima's question.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. My question goes, are you, as an activist, is it right to have a total doctrine of separation of powers? If yes, how? If no, why? Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much. My name is Arinda Hosea. I'd like to ask a question, the separation of powers. You have mentioned that it is the applicability of the rule of law. And once Professor Dacey quoted, if I'm not subject to another person, I'm at the mercy of his whims, the passions of his anger, and the prejudices. So I'd like to have more clarification on that statement. I'm asking Kampala International University. Another question, you have mentioned that the father of separation of powers, or the one who introduced separation of powers, is Montesquieu, and they have mentioned the book of the Spirit of Laws. So I'd like to know which year was it propounded? Thank you so much.
Yes, they're asking about the year of propoundation or proposition or publication. Here was it propounded? Which university?
Cavendish University.
Right.
Yes, thank you. I'm called Kangume Samuel, a student from Kabale University. I have a question is going to our colleagues from Kampala International University. One of the colleagues said the degree of human rights respect in the world differs. I acknowledge. And again, he said that for the case of Uganda, it is the worst worldwide. However, I would like to bring this to your attention that currently today, all stakeholders for East African community are in Kenya, see the way forward how they can harmonize and bring the human rights respect in Congo. So to this, I say in Uganda, it is not the worst as you said. Would you clarify and go far from me from the statement I've said? Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Sobia Jovan from Uganda Matters University. Now, my question will be directed to Team KIU. Yes, Madam, in your presentation to the independence of the body organs of the government in relation to separation of power, you said it's not the chief judge who appoints, it's not the president who appoints judges, and you said it's other people. Can you please educate us on the other organ or people who appoint judges?
Thank you. I'm Abao Derek from Kampala International University. My question goes to Cavendish University. You alluded that the doctrine of separation of powers is not practical, juxtapose checks and balances. Don't you think that doctrine of checks and balances is for a principle of separation of powers, and therefore, adverse actions themselves mean violation of this principle that you said is not practical.
Thank you so much. My name is Chigongo David from Uganda Christian University, Mukono. My question goes out to the team from Cavendish University. You've talked about checks and balances. Uganda should adopt at least checks and balances as your recommendation. However, my concern and my question is, can't we have, or in your recommendation, don't you have any other practical mechanism that can be adopted to make the separation of powers more practical in Uganda? Because the checks and balances you're trying to talk of are as well a failure, and you are citing a problem to solve a problem. Thank you so much.
Right, that will be all for the questions. Yes, please.
The book, The Spirits of the Law by Baron de Montesquieu was propounded in 1899.
Appreciations for asking me the most questions. That means you've been attentive during my submission. I'm humbled. Most of the questions have been directed to the question of why we are citing separation of powers as inapplicable, and whether the doctrine of checks and balances can become more applicable. Are there solutions for the problems that are being faced currently, while the executive and the legislature are taking advantage of the same? Yes, there are solutions. Number one, if appointment of judicial officers and all these other officers is put in the hands of an electoral college, we wouldn't be having these issues. If Uganda established an electoral college, we wouldn't be having these issues. Number two, if parliament was separated from the executive, we wouldn't be having these issues. If members of parliament held only one position, and if you advance to a minister position, you are only a minister and you relinquish your position of being a member of parliament, we wouldn't have the issues we are having now. The same is being done in Liberia. We could pick a leaf from our fellows who have picked a leaf from USA. If I could go further to elaborate about the doctrine of separation of powers, yes, checks and balances is under the doctrine of separation of powers. As I said, what is impractical is pure separation of powers. We cannot have absolute separation of powers. And again, I shall quote Justice Bart Katurebe in the case of Sehad versus Attorney General Constitutional Petition number 1 of 2013. He stated that there is no such a thing as an absolute separation of power in a free and democratic society. What is applicable is a system of checks and balances, because there cannot be direct lines between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. At one point, there will be an overlapping, because remember, we vote the president to oversee all these organs. Thank you.
I want to make myself clear about the question that I was giving a recommendation that maybe if the executive does not appoint, they don't appoint the judicial officers, then there will be no total violation of human rights. But there will not be intervention of the executive to the judicial officers. So that was a recommendation for that effect. Thank you.
Well, a given member has asked us that, you see, we have said that the degree of disrespect of human rights in the country, it depends on the degree. And he has said that because Uganda is now engaging in other countries to have peace there. You know, I can answer this with maybe an analogy that if you go outside to give food per se, does not mean that your home is good. If you go and construct other roads in the other country, does not mean that you don't have bad roads in your country. So that only per se does not guarantee that in Uganda you have respect of human rights. It can also happen that someone's just bragging around. You see very many rich people coming out to give money, yet their relatives are actually poor. Thank you.
Thank you. Directly answer the question from Makerere University that concerns the doctrine of separation of powers juxtaposed against checks and balances. One would have to trace back where separation of powers came from, straight from the philosophers like John Locke until Montesquieu, until the modern separation of powers. Now, the idea of the position of KIU is that checks and balances and separation of powers are correlated. They are one in the same. They cannot be separated. Therefore, since we have checks and balances, it is there to check separation of powers and respect rule of law and human rights. Now, at that position, how can you then make checks and balances not be violated, but respect separation of powers? The idea is get the three arms of government and put them at the same level. Do not put one at a position where he can override the position of the other. And to that extent, then you can have checks and balances and separation of powers one in the same, not to allude that separation of powers, that there is an entire separation of powers and an entire checks and balances. The two must coexist.
Yes, thank you. You know, we chose to interject the question so as everybody gets a time to actually answer your questions. We are loving it that we are the most engaged this time round among all the people that have presented. Answering the query from my good sir there that Article 161, Clause 5 does not give the president absolute powers to actually dismiss the Governor Bank of Uganda. He is actually. Now, let me read to you a technicality. It is like this. If you could bear with me, if you have a constitution there, we read together. Article 161, Clause 5 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, as amended by 2021, says that the governor, the deputy governor, or any other member of the board may be removed from the office by the president only for A, inability to perform the functions of his or her office, but now B, misbehavior or misconduct. What defines misbehavior or misconduct? To what degree do we value that so and so has conducted themselves poorly? Morality is subjective. Some of us don't agree to gayism. Some people do agree because they believe it's moral. Morality is subjective. So if the president in his mind believes that it has been a misbehavior, he can actually dismiss this person.
Well, we also received a question from here that was in form of a quotation, that if one is at the whims of your mercy, then what is your fate? Now, to directly respond to that, ideally, we think that is why we should have separation of powers. But if there was an executive that is a dictatorship without any other arm checking it, the population would be at the whims and mercies of that executive. But with separation of powers, an ideal, and we would like to note that separation of powers is an ideal situation that each country in the world is working towards to achieving. It's not something that you live presently and you have achieved. It's something that you continuously try to realize. And if you have that, then it means that at any point in time, human rights will be respected and you will be at the whims of a system, not the whims of a particular arm of government.
All right. We want to thank all the teams that have managed to make their presentations. And we are almost coming to the last items for the day. We are going to break off for lunch. And immediately after our lunch break, we will hear from the team from Islamic University in Uganda. They'll be online to make their presentation, and as well as questions to be posed shall be posed to them and they'll answer within their time. That will be all for today. We propose that tomorrow, because we have an awards dinner that starts at approximately 5 p.m., we propose that we start by 9. So please ensure that you're here early enough so that all meals are had within their time and we are in position to finish according to schedule. So that being said, we are going to call someone to pray for our food. Then we can proceed to have our lunch. I'll call upon Vera. Please come and pray for the food. Then we can break off for lunch.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the guests that we have. Lord Jesus, we do not take for granted anything and everything you've done for us. Lord Jesus Christ, specifically, we want to pray for the food that we're going to eat, that it may nourish us, it may nourish our lives, Lord, and give us energy to do everything that we have to do, Lord. And for this competition, continue to bless us and be with us. We've prayed to the Lord. Amen.
the judges greet us. Since the competition is still going on, they may give ideas to those of tomorrow. So we are going to allow them to say hello to us as we close for the day.
Tomorrow, please try and wake up early so that we are here by 9 and we are in position to finish in time ahead of our awards dinner later in the evening. So the comment I have from them is 9 sharp, a first university shall be called. So as you know, some of you are law students, the court does not wait for you. You cannot tell the judge that, but you came late. You have to be there so that you're ready to do your bargain. So I'll now I'll hand over the microphone to the judges to make their comments.
So that I can be able to see you properly. Good evening. Well, it's already past 4. I'm called Atwile Jacqueline Ruwabukurukuru. I'm former woman MP Shema district, which is just near here. And right now I'm a member of a commission of Uganda Human Rights Commission. I really want to welcome you officially because they introduced me when I was not around. And most of the comments will be said tomorrow. But for now, just to applaud you for being smart, keeping time, and really arguing well. So at least now we are going very well. We are progressing very well. I'm going to give the microphone to our colleagues, and then one of us will finish with the good words, and I think that should be a journalist. You know, for us politicians, we talk too much when we are looking for votes. But for now, our brother here will conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natkunda Alio, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons. I head the Legal and Human Rights Department in Uganda Prison Service. This is my second time to be a judge in this exercise. We were in Gulu the last time, and I'm very glad that I'm here once again because that works on my experience. It makes it get better and better by the day. Thank you very much for your active participation. Some of you were very passionate about the presentations you were giving us. And I hope we'll have even better presentations tomorrow. You were all very smart, like Honorable has noted. And you'll be smarter tomorrow, I believe. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 13th Inter-University Human Rights Debating Competition. My name is Charles Mwangusha Mpagi. I am about 3 things. I'm a teacher. I stood on this podium sometime back and won an election from here. My opponent knelt there to ask for votes, but they didn't give them to him. That's many years ago. I am a journalist. I host a program called The Frontline on NBS TV and another called Face Off, which runs on Sunday. So yesterday I had one before I got here. And I recently graduated as a lawyer. Don't ask how many years it took for me to become a lawyer.
And I am a veteran. I would describe myself as a veteran of the FHRI inter-university debating competition. I've been quite a number. We're in Mountains of the Moon in the middle of COVID. We're in Gulu, still in the middle of COVID. We are in Mbarara, when you have a city and there's no more COVID. And like my colleague said, you know, all these are very senior people in our government and in service. Two beautiful ladies that I'm sandwiched between. We'll make our detailed comments tomorrow. Just one or two things my colleagues have asked me to tell you. One, I believe that Ellie and the FHRI team provided you the guidelines, the score sheet you're aware of. So we're not creating anything new. We'll go by that strictly. Time is part of it. Now, how you share the time, how you manage it is your business, but we'll score it. Presentation and the other things, we will tell you how you're performing. Now I'm only taking you through, those who haven't presented yet, taking you through some of the things that we're scoring, which you already have. So I'm not sharing anything that's novel. You already have these things. But I can only say that it keeps getting better. So we're looking forward to tomorrow. The judges have said here, these are very busy people. Very busy people. So tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we're starting. We're not assembling, we're starting. We're already earlier today. And we intend to end on time so that we can allow those who want to go back far, those who want to explore this new city, to be able to have that opportunity. And we're very glad that Bishop Stuart University is hosting us. Thank you. We've been taken good care of so far. That's what the Baganda say, isn't it? Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
All right, we thank you very much, our panelists. Please, let's stand up and have a word of prayer and then allow you to socialize. Those that want to take pictures, you'll be welcome. And we move on. All right, then for those that did not register at the hotel where you spent the night, please go to the other corner table and register with the team that is on that table so that you're in position to be accounted for. And then please, another thing, let's be careful. I know sometimes we get excited, but let's be careful as we are here. We don't want to lose a life or be stressed over someone's safety. So as you're leaving, please take care of yourselves. Thank you. Let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for the opportunity of being here today. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the knowledge and understanding of the topics that have been handled. We bless FHRI that has made this possible and Bishop Stuart University. We thank you for the presence of our judges. We thank you for our good health, and we pray.
Moving on seamlessly.
Thank you so much. Feel free to depart at leisure. All right.